Testing 1 2 1 2. It's in here. Is he at the meeting? Well, did he know where he is? Remind me to ask you about the Heber Springs School District.
All right, I will call us to order. Welcome, everyone, to the July meeting of the State Board of Education. Up here, as we said last time, in terms of voting members, we have very little change. In fact, no change at all, and that's a good thing in terms of the stability of this board. Dr. Hill is unavailable this morning; cannot be here. We do have one face change up here, and we appreciate Kalicia Hollis for joining us and taking our minutes and keeping us organized. So thank you very much. Our new Arkansas Teacher of the Year, Courtney Cochran, will be here this afternoon. She had another commitment today, so we'll introduce her this afternoon. And we also thank Sharon Hill, who, because of the nature of our business, we need a court reporter, and she is an amazing ally for us. And so thank you for many years of service to this board. First off, there have been several items pulled. I think most of the board knows this, but for the public, consent item 3 has been pulled. The governor's office is still taking a look at that rule. And then over on the action agenda, in the Act 1240 waivers, on page 3, the first waiver from Carlisle has been pulled. And then in the the opportunity school choice, the first item this afternoon, the Davis appeal has been pulled. And so those 3 items we will not take up today, but we have plenty of business to do. I will start with the consent agenda, and I know there are a few questions about items, and so why don't I know that there are questions about items 4 through 7. Are there any questions beyond those? And I think Ms. Newton had a question on number 4.
Yes. Because I didn't see it in the emergency rules, just my question was, when would this go into effect? I know it goes through the rulemaking process, so I didn't know if it could go into effect this school year or it would have to be the next school year.
Cheryl Reinhardt for the Department of Education. These will go into effect when they make it all the way through the rules promulgation process. So since they're here now, we're thinking maybe by December.
So it could
So
be
probably-
during the school year.
Yes, middle of the school year probably.
Okay. Anything else on that item? And then on the PLSB items, I know that I think Ms. Newton and Ms. Zook both had general questions about those, not the specific cases.
My question was on the new format, on items 5 through 7, on the, we're not given as much information as what we were given before, and I really like the format where when I made the decision before, I had all the background information. I knew exactly what the case was about and had some of the testimony, and this just didn't do a lot as far as informing. So I did not like this format as much. It was really hard to make a decision from it.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Cheryl Reinhardt again, and the reason I'm stepping up is because we had a transition there. Miss Belinda Harris Ritter resigned her position, and so it was just a matter of timing, and that's why you don't have the same level of information. I apologize for that.
Okay. So
You will in the future.
okay.
Great. Perfect. Thank you very much. Ms. Hook?
And I had a question on if it says permanently revoked. I understand the meaning of the word permanent, but does that mean at no point in the future, maybe after counseling or maturity or reflection or whatever, that the educator couldn't come back and ask to be reheard?
You're correct. They cannot. At this time, revocation is permanent in Arkansas. We don't have a statute that will undo that. So
There is no middle ground as far as we revoke it, but so you either
Right.
permanently revoke or it's not revoked at all.
Correct. I mean, the only other interim would be suspension. Right. But revocation is,
Yeah.
yes.
I guess I'm thinking when you have a young teacher who makes, although it is a bad mistake, sometimes given maturity and reflection and counseling or whatever, they may in fact be a good or better educator than and conduct themselves differently. So I guess my concern was at this young age and this new in the profession, permanently revoking. So
I do know that the ethics subcommittee considers, whether that person has had prior, any other issues, and the investigators look at their employment record to see whether there have been any other issues. So I know that that's a consideration.
and probably because we didn't have the full report, that's why it didn't appear that thorough had been done. But I know you're a woman of your word, and I take your word for that. Thank you.
Any other questions about the consent items? If not, I will invite a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Motion by Ms. Reith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you all. We now move into our action agenda. The first item is a consideration of waiver request for T-shirt license for Mr. Anthony Chambers, and I will turn it back to Ms. Reinhardt for her presentation.
Yes, good morning. This is a hearing requested by Mr. Anthony Chambers, an educator who is denied renewal of his license based on his background check. There are witnesses here present, and those witnesses do need to be sworn in.
All right. If all the witnesses who are not attorneys, if they could please stand so I could swear you on the Chambers case.
Mr. Chambers, you need to.
All right. Great. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Ms. Reinhardt.
Okay, and you have exhibits before you. The first, the ADE exhibits, Mr. Chambers was given notification of the denial of renewal of his license based on the background check. The letter indicates first-degree battery. There is also another charge that was not on our reports from the FBI that we review, and that was a negligent homicide also, that charge that he pled guilty to. Mr. Chambers is represented today by an attorney, Tanya Floyd Chambers, and we have before us today someone who this incident occurred when he was around the age of 48. He has been with the Little Rock School District for like 27 years and has an exemplary record there. He's provided to you in his exhibits references and statements, and I think his attorney will be referring to those. He has also been through some rehabilitation following this incident, and I will let him explain to you exactly what happened and his actions since that time. Given the circumstances, the department is recommending a waiver. These are two very serious charges. However, I think once you hear all of the circumstances, you will probably agree that Mr. Chambers should be granted a waiver for these offenses. And after that, I will turn it over to him. Actually, under the rules, we each had 5 minutes opening statements, 20 minutes argument, 5 minutes closing. I don't need that period of time. This is really all I need to say. But I will turn it over and allow his attorney and Mr. Chambers to present their case.
Great. And so if the presenters could come up, and so Ms. Reinhardt, this will be the opening statement, a 5-minute opening statement, but you will have extra time because of the procedures. And for the purposes of the record, if you could also clearly state your name. Thank you.
To the board, to the chairman of the board, and to the board of the Arkansas State Department of Education, my name is Attorney Tanya Floyd Chambers. I'm a practicing attorney in the state of Arkansas, and for full disclosure to the board, I'd also like to add that Mr. Chambers is also my husband. And so I wanted to give full disclosure to the board as well. And again, my name is Attorney Tanya Floyd Chambers, licensed attorney with the state of Arkansas. I am here today on behalf of Mr. Anthony Chambers, and we are here asking the board for a waiver of his licensure eligibility pursuant to a criminal matter that occurred within the past few years. And I'm going to go over in depth the charges at hand. I'm going to go over in depth the facts of the case, and I'm also going to be calling for to the podium Mr. Chambers, as well as one of the witnesses in the exhibits that you have. We've presented several statements from several professionals within the Little Rock School District, and we've also brought in one of those professionals as a witness who will also give statements today as well. And Mr. Chambers is open and welcoming to answer questions, any questions that the board may have, and also direct them directly to my client. We are here today regarding circumstances that took place between the years of 2012 and 2014, and it's already been stated on the record. Coach Chambers, Mr. Anthony Chambers, and he's known as Coach Chambers all throughout the district, was hired with the Little Rock School District in December of 1990, and he has had a distinguished 27-year career with the Little Rock School District. On Friday, August 24th, 2012, Coach Chambers, as he is known, was a coach, the head football coach with the McClellan High School. And because of several circumstances at work, and we'll go into those further, Mr. Chambers resigned his position. The circumstances then throughout that weekend, leading into Saturday, August 25th, Mr. Chambers was conversing and sharing what happened with friends. And those friends, as he was visiting with friends regarding what had happened at work, as we often do, sharing with friends and family situations that are involving work, they ended up engaging in and drinking as they were fellowshipping and visiting. One of those friends, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Tim Hester, then proceeded to go home with Mr. Chambers. They had been childhood, lifelong friends, and Mr. Chambers was then going to sleep off his depression over the events that had transpired the previous Friday. And Mr. Hester, trying to cheer up Mr. Chambers, told him, "You've got to get out of bed and come on, let me go and cheer you up." And Mr. Hester took Mr. Chambers' car keys, and they proceeded to drive around the city. Mr. Hester then picked up a few other friends that were in the car, and Mr. Chambers, during this entire incident, was the passenger in his vehicle. He was not driving. He was the passenger in his vehicle. After a few hours of driving around Little Rock and conversing with friends, in which they had been drinking, Mr. Chambers at that point had enough and was ready to go home. And he demanded his car keys. He said he just wanted to go home. At that point, and one of the things that led to it was that two of the passengers in the car ended up arguing. At that point, Mr. Chambers had just had enough and said he wanted to go home. At that point, and I'll let Mr. Chambers go further into detail, that point, he next woke up. They had been in an accident. And he did not remember anything that transpired from the time that he asked for his keys and wanted to go home. And he found out later in the hospital, he was injured and one of the other passengers was injured, that Mr. Tim Hester, the friend who had encouraged him, get out of the house, let me cheer you up, he had passed away. Mr. Chambers, approximately a year later, was charged with a count of negligent homicide and a count of first-degree battery. And on July 10th, 2014, the hearing for these charges took place in the courtroom of Judge Chris Piazza. and Judge Chris Piazza looking at Mr. Chambers' character, looking at the nature of the circumstances, looking at the courtroom that was filled with educators, former students, members of the community. Judge Chris Piazza stated that it would be a compounded tragedy to send Mr. Chambers to jail for what was just a horrible and unfortunate accident. And he was thus given
Ms.
10
Floyd
years.
Chambers, so we've
Yes.
reached the 5-minute mark.
Oh, yes,
I
definitely.
think Ms. Reinhardt is going to allow you to just simply proceed to your
Sure,
main
certainly.
argument. Is that correct, Ms. Reinhardt? Yes. Okay, great.
Yes, so we
So
can go
you
ahead
do
and
have
proceed.
up to 20 minutes
Okay.
for the entirety of your case
Okay,
from this
certainly.
point on. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. Well, as a setup, so we will proceed, and we'll continue there, and I will call up Mr. Chambers as the first witness to the podium, and we will proceed from there. I'll call up Mr. Anthony Chambers as the first witness.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Chambers, if you'd also identify your name, state clearly your name for the record.
Yes.
Into the microphone. Yeah.
Again, my name is Anthony Chambers. I've been employed with the Little Rock School District quite a few years now, since December of 1990. Like I say, I've been teaching and coaching and doing the best job that I could to inspire kids, to motivate kids. I've sent plenty of kids on to college and football and track. And I've tried to be an exemplary teacher and coach for the students that I serve. To continue on with that evening, I was later told, after this incident had occurred, by someone also in that vehicle, called me a few days later and said, look, this is what took place that night since you don't remember. These guys were arguing in the vehicle, and then we pulled over at a service station. And then at that time, they got into a physical altercation. And so you asked for your keys so we can get back home, so I can get back home. And she said you drove a few blocks and then hit this pole. But also at that time, I was also medicated with an antidepressant medication along with this mixture of alcohol, and I believe that had a lot to do with it that evening. After this incident occurred, my doctor took me off work for 6 weeks. I went back, and I've still been employed with the Little Rock School District ever since. And I think since that time, I've just continued to do what I normally do every day, work with kids. My staff, they were happy to see me return back to work, to continue on what I've been doing since 1990. And I believe I've done a very effective job. At least that's what everyone tells me. And all I tell them is this: I do the best that I can.
Thank you, sir.
If the board would have any questions for Mr. Chambers, then the floor up. And I also would like to direct a couple of questions to Mr. Chambers. Have you at any time ever been in trouble with the law prior to that incident or following that incident?
No, ma'am. Never have. Well, like I said, I've had maybe a speeding ticket before years back, but other than that, any kind of criminal activity, anything like that, prior to this incident, since this incident, no. No, I like I said, I do the best I can to be an upstanding citizen.
And at that time, the time in which it occurred and following, when was the last time that you consumed any type of alcohol whatsoever?
September 27, 2012 was the last time I took a drink. I mean, I still took some a little bit after this incident occurred at my house, because of this incident was real tragic and I was still stressed out behind it. But I realized that, hey, I had to get this stuff out of my life, and I went to seek some help. Went to AA to learn more about this alcohol. Once I learned about the alcohol, I realized I cannot take a drink. There are some people that can take one or two, but me, I can't. And since that time, I have not taken one. I have no desire to take one. It is something I have just completely put out of my life. And moving forward, I know that my life has gotten so much better since I have. I'm a church-going guy. I mean, I know a lot of people just throw that up there, but listen, I truly try to live what's in that word, and I keep myself. That's how I start my day off, in the word. That's how I end my day. I try to live it, not just talk it, and that's who I am.
Were there any children or any minors in any way involved in the situations that occurred on August 25th, 2012, leading into the morning of August 26th, 2012?
No.
And so they were all adults over the age of 21? Is that what you're saying?
Clearly over the age of 21, yes.
And in what capacities have you served, and what jobs have you served or held in the Little Rock School District over the years?
Well, the first year I started out, I was at Forest Heights, that year of 1990, and then the following year I went over to Cloverdale for 7 years, and in 1997 I started coaching at McClellan. The next year I went into the building in 98 and started teaching and coaching there up until 2016, as when I transferred from McClellan now to Hall High School, where I still do in-school suspension. And I leave there every evening going to coach football over at Henderson Middle School. And that's what I do.
And regarding your license, when was the last time you had to apply for licensing renewal of your teaching license?
I applied, I believe it was in December of 2012. This was after the incident had occurred. However, I mean, I hadn't gone to court, but my license, the current license that I have now was issued after this incident occurred. And like I said, I've been employed ever since, so that's where we're at.
And on the day of the hearing, July 10th, 2014, following Judge Chris Piazza's statement, following the court proceedings, what steps did you take immediately on that day, immediately following the hearing?
Immediately that day, by my wife, at the time she was my fiance, and she's an attorney, she said we would need to self-report this to the Arkansas Board of Education, which we did. And then we left from here and went to the Little Rock School District to report it to head of Human Resources, Robert Robinson, and he told us to submit a letter of what took place that evening, since this court incident, and we did that. So we followed all of the steps necessary that we were supposed to follow since this incident has occurred.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Chambers?
Okay, and I'll just swing around, Mr. Black.
Just a point of clarification. Did you say the gentleman that was driving, did he have a wreck?
No, I was the driver at the time of the incident when the wreck occurred. But the circumstances leading to that, yes, he was the driver. Mm-hmm. And him and a guy in a vehicle were arguing. There was also a female in the vehicle with us. And she said, she the one told me, called me a few days later and said, well, we pulled over at a service station. And at that time they got out, those two guys were arguing, and now it became physical. Mm-hmm. And she said, that's when I asked for my keys so I could get back home. And so that's the reason why I got behind the wheel. It was to try to get back home.
All right. Ms. Chambers?
Just thank you for your transparency.
Thank you.
Are you still active in AA?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's how I pay my bills.
All right.
Ms. Newton? All right. Ms. Wright? No questions. Ms. Zook?
The first degree battery, I think I understand the negligent homicide. but apparently the scuffling or fighting or whatever was between two other people. Is there a reason why you were charged with first-degree battery?
Well, yeah, there was also another friend of mine in that vehicle too. He was injured in that accident, and so that's where the first-degree battery charge came from.
Okay. And Hall High School is a school that gets special attention from the state board, and I know one of the issues there is attendance. Do you have in your head what your attendance record is as far as coming to work every day?
Oh, I'm usually there. I'm there every morning, pretty much. I take off if there's something. If I just have to, or periodically I may get sick, but I'm usually a trusted employee to be there. When I do bus duty in the mornings, and so I'm the one that has to count the buses, and I enjoy that, and they depend on me to get that done. So I try my best to get to work every day.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Ms. Roy, do you have any closing comments?
We have one other witness as we bring to a close that we wanted to bring to the podium, Mr. Carl Duncan, who has worked with Mr. Chambers in the athletic capacity, Little Rock School District, and we'd like to have him present a statement.
My name is Carl Duncan. I work for the Little Rock School District, specifically Don Roberts Elementary, and I worked with Coach Chambers for 2 years at McClellan as an assistant with a couple different positions. Coach Chambers is, the best way I can describe him is a man with a heart of gold. He has more compassion for the students in Southwest Little Rock than any educator I've ever dealt with. He's fed them, he's clothed them, he's sheltered them when necessary, and that's just not a quality I see very often in that area. And he's also very gracious, not only to the people that work for him. If you're loyal to him, he'll be loyal to you, but even in my experience, when other coaches weren't loyal to him, he would extend grace over and over and over again, just in hopes that they may have a change of heart. And he did it even more often with the kids. I mean, we did our best to keep each and every kid on the team at McClellan because we knew it'd be better for them to be with us than doing something else. And so his compassion and his grace to me make him an exemplary educator.
Thanks, Mr. Duncan. Any questions?
I don't have a question here, but I have one more question.
All right.
I don't know of either Mr. Chambers or his attorney. I see that he's on 10 years probation.
Yes.
Okay, and has he met all the stipulations of that probation?
Yes, absolutely. He has met all the stipulations. He received 10 years probation, a $1,000 fine, and 100 hours of community service. He immediately paid the $1,000 fine and immediately completed the 100 hours of community service, actually early, and received excellent commendation from the officials for which he provided the community service. And he has been an exemplary person in meeting all of the stipulation requirements of his probation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right, Ms. Dean?
Ready with the motion? I move to grant the waiver request for teaching license for Anthony Chambers.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Reith. Any further conversation? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign? All right, congratulations and good luck with your work. All right, we move next to Dr. Pfeffer, and we have two items involving waivers. The second item is waivers to school districts for teachers teaching out of area for longer than 30 days.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Ivy Pfeffer, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Education, and I'm doing these reports as we transition in positions. So Dr. Owa could not be here today, but next month he'll be here to start providing you with this information. We normally have the waivers on the consent agenda, but because of doing the comprehensive report, we went ahead and moved it to the action item. So to go ahead with item number 2, we had 15 districts request waivers for the 2017-18 school year. There were a total of 18 requests, and we have recommended that 17 of those be approved. And so we would ask you to approve those waivers that have been submitted so far for the 17-18 school year. All of these are additional licensure plan waivers.
Questions? So Dr. Pfeffer, will we expect to see these on the action agenda or in the consent agenda kind of moving forward?
And I think that would be up to you all. What would you prefer? I know a lot of times there are questions, and this is an item that is pulled off the agenda, so that would really be up to you. If you would prefer to have them on the action agenda, we can certainly do that moving forward. None of these, also I was going to note, none of these so far are from an academic distress focus or priority district. So,
fellow board members, do y'all have a preference of where these are placed on the agenda? I think we'll leave it up to y'all to determine that. Okay.
Okay.
So we have item before us. The recommendation is to approve this. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Williamson, a second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thanks. Next item, Dr. Pfeffer, and this is the comprehensive 2016-17 waivers.
Yes, and just have a short presentation kind of bringing together a summary from the documents that you had received. And the summary goes into detail for the 15-16 and the 16-17 school year. So just giving you an idea of the recap from the last school year and some comparison to the year before. Summary, we'll go quickly through the types of waivers. Just a summary of the additional licensure plan, ALPs, long-term substitutes, and Act 1240 licensure waivers. Over the past 3 years, you can see that we've actually had a reduction in the number of ALPs, number of additional licensure plans. And in sharing this information with you today, I don't know that I have all the answers for you, but I think it's good just for us to be looking at this, and as we go forward, continuing to share information with school districts, continuing to ask the questions that we need to ask, and being able to respond to you all. So we have seen a reduction in that. But we have also seen a reduction in the number of teachers coming out of the pipeline. So as we had more and more teachers completing programs, we saw an increase in the number of ALPs being requested. So in some ways that would seem to be a disconnect in preparation, our teachers being prepared for the positions we need. And now that we're seeing fewer completers coming out of programs, we may be finding that with fewer positions out there, we are matching them up to the positions that they need. But then I think as we go to the next slide, you're going to see another factor that almost balances out those numbers of waivers. So what we do know is that special education ALPs continue to be our largest area of requests for additional licensure plans. It's the most common ALP, not only issued statewide, but in each co-op. And something I think we really have to look at are our novice teachers and the percent of those novice teachers who are teaching on an ALP. It did go down in the 2016-17 school year from the 2015-16 school year. One thing to note, when a teacher begins an ALP, we currently don't track whether they complete that. And so what we tend to find is we have a lot of teachers who do get hired and start an ALP, but they don't always finish that. And so that's one of our goals, is to look at, can we actually track the completion of those who start an ALP, whether or not they finish adding that area of licensure. So, and I'll pause there in case you do have questions.
Questions? Ms. Zook?
I think that the thing that was confusing, for example, in Northwest Arkansas, Bentonville had a seemingly, I don't know if disproportionate, but they had a lot more than, say, Rogers, Springdale, the districts that surround them. And I don't know if that's because of they're growing so much so quickly. And then, of course, it concerns me that both Dollarway and Little Rock School District had a large number. Little Rock was disproportionate to North Little Rock, Pulaski County, Jacksonville. Do you have any idea, does your department or your old department go into that kind of depth about what's prompting those?
And we have not typically done that. I think that what we are seeking to do as a department in shifting to focused support for districts and realizing that sometimes support is not always for districts that may seem to be having the most trouble, but support all the way through. So I think that you raise a good point is as we actually look at this data, sometimes we get so busy just trying to manage the day-to-day operation of granting the waiver, but following up with a district like Bentonville that does have a large number of waivers and asking those questions and seeing if they need information or coordination in some things. I would think that you are probably on the right track with rapid growth. It does make it difficult to plan your staffing early, and you've got a lot of schools in that area that are hiring a lot of qualified teachers, so that definitely could be a factor. With the other two districts you've mentioned, I think that our approach to using a workforce stability index with districts and to have focused conversations in equity labs is going to lend itself to a greater focus on each district's recruitment plan or retention plan and identifying the benefit of if we even retain teachers, that makes a big difference in our recruitment efforts. So I think that, and also being able to know, are these teachers that we hire or employ on a waiver, are they actually completing that process? And if they're not, then why not? So I think you'll see more focused intervention by the department in this area going forward.
Yeah, and you know, when you get to the Forest Cities and the Lee counties and those that have some struggles to begin with, they have a lot of first-year teachers, and then they have these, and kids having a teacher in their classroom, and particularly at the elementary level, that may not have been trained in science of reading. And you know, I know the districts are likely way more frustrated by this than I. So I do appreciate the fact that the department is keeping an eye on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? All right. Proceed.
Okay, just going forward a little more with the presentation. The long-term substitutes, and I think, is it coming back? So this is where we saw a big change. In 15-16, you all approved 411 unique positions requiring a long-term sub. Going to the next year, it was up to 661. So a significantly higher number of people hired as a long-term sub. When you look at those who began the school year as a long-term sub where there was no teacher of record, so this is where we get a sense of what those true vacancies were, that next year it went up to 182, and where the year before you had only 54 of those who actually filled that vacancy for the entire year, it went up to 152 last year. So the use of long-term subs to fill vacancies for a school year has greatly increased. If you look at that and think about the reduction in the ALPs, it may be the districts did not have licensed teachers to add an area to their license, so therefore then they were hiring people who were not licensed to do this. Again, what we're seeing in a lot of districts is the hiring of a long-term sub and then putting them on a path towards licensure. which is a good thing. The Act 294, the legislation related to licensure, put in provisions for some flexibility. So instead of hiring a long-term sub, what we would be looking at districts being able to do would be finding those people who had the qualifications, the degree and qualifications for positions, who then would be seeking that route, and so it would actually be a different type of permit they would be teaching under rather than a long-term sub. And kind of going back to a long-term sub, primarily serving in an area of a medical need or more of a short-term planned leave, and not to come in and fill vacancies. But we do know that last year we had a lot of instances where schools contacted us early in the year or at semester for teachers who left without notice, and therefore they didn't have another option.
Any questions, Ms. Newton?
The long-term sub for the entire year is very, very concerning to me. And so my question is, why would a district, because I know there's some regulations on what you can put on an ALP. Why would they put a person on a long-term sub and not go on ALP?
Well, they may not have the staff to be able to have that person add that area of licensure and also teach other classes. So it may be that their staffing is limited to what they have, the teachers that they have available for the certifications that they have available, and they just don't even have a licensed person free to work on a different area.
So an ALP they have to have a license?
Yes.
A long-term sub just has to have a degree?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay, all right. Because I noticed that, I think it was Dollarway, had none of theirs were on ALPs. They were all long-term subs. And so as a department and as a district or as a co-op, wherever it would need to come through, I know that with the new rules that we've got going in, and we're going to give a lot of support to novice teachers because we know that they need it. And I would think that a teacher that's on an ALP would be getting support because they're having to do classwork and coursework. But we've got, 152 teachers in classroom all year long. But you multiply that times the number of students that they have. We're talking about a lot of kids that may be in a classroom with a teacher that I'm not sure is getting any support at all.
And I think that's where, if we utilize the emergency teaching permits going forward, now those will not be in effect until the rules are in effect, which may be January before those would actually be in play. But under an emergency teaching permit, the educator is acting as the teacher of record. So they not only will have they'll have a bachelor's degree, but they'll have demonstrated the content knowledge in that area, and so then they would automatically be picked up through mentoring. So it would be different than a long-term sub. So what we would like to see going forward is a long-term sub be someone, it was originally designed just to be no more than a semester, but then the allowance was made for the additional semester because of the continuing problems. I think one thing that we can get better at is actually really keeping up with the requests for long-term subs as they come in. I don't know that any of us, we come to you each month with, 2 or 3 requests, and then all of a sudden you look and then there are 15 or more. And so that is something that I know that Dr. Owa in his unit will be looking at is, okay, as this continues to build, then how do we utilize our Office of Coordinated Support and Services to really continuously monitor that and look to see, okay, if we do have that situation, what support is being provided there.
And, I guess I'm just going to be blunt. Are there going to be any pushes to the district to get their the ones that they've got on long-term sub to go this provisional teaching license? I can't remember what you called it, but because isn't it cheaper for a district to hire a long-term sub than to have a teacher?
I think it's going to depend on what the district policies are and how they pay. Yes, if they're being paid off the teacher's salary schedule, obviously it is more expensive to do that. I think So it will depend on, I think it'll depend on the district and the circumstances around that and the amount of support that they're getting, the level of support that they're getting from the department.
So could we do any encouraging, I guess is what I'm asking.
Definitely.
Okay.
Dr. Pfeffer, are our Act 1240s having any impact in the increase in these numbers, or is this more because of the teacher pipeline and lack of teachers?
So these numbers would not be reflected with the Act 1240 numbers. Actually, if I'll go on to the next couple of slides, and we can talk about those and kind of circle the conversation back together. As of January 1st, there were 27 districts that had been granted a waiver of licensure under Act 1240. I did not find last night how many additional since January had been added. So there are more than 27 districts that do have that waiver. Once that waiver is granted, though, we don't always know how extensively those waivers are being used. And as you know, in some of the waivers, the licensure is only waived for the non-core areas. Maybe it's a career technical area, maybe it's only 1 or 2 positions, but in some it's quite a bit more. And so what we have done is in eSchool, we have built a way for districts to identify any teacher who is not licensed to teach in the area they're assigned. They have to mark the type of waiver that's being received. We did that for the first time this past year. Now, we did have some areas where we knew that the data got entered incorrectly. And so we're working with districts, and we really plan next year to have a more concerted effort so that districts are really understanding, okay, if I have this teacher and they're not licensed to teach 7th grade science, what type of waiver do we have that's approving us to have that teacher teach in that class? And so when you look at the number, what we found in My School Info was that districts had reported 229 people teaching under an Act 1240 licensure waiver. Now, I don't know for certain if that number is 100% accurate, but that was what has been reported. And again, we really will work with districts this next year on making sure that they're reporting those accurately for informational purposes. It's like Ms. Newton said, and not knowing for sure how many students are impacted. Once we have that data reported, we would know within each school the grade level, the class, and we would have a better number to be able to report out how widely these waivers are being used. So just to look at, there we go, wrong button there. If you want to have a sense by co-op, the percent of teachers who are teaching out of field, overall, and these go back again to the ALPs. So we don't have all of the numbers put together by co-op, but this chart right here, going forward, we would like to have that replicated where it includes the ALPs, the long-term subs, and the Act 1240 waivers, and have it broken down by co-op. And I think if we can do this at maybe some regular intervals for you throughout the year, that helps all of us kind of stay on top of things and know maybe where we need to intervene a little bit earlier, where we need to focus attention so it's not always the summative after the fact. So you can see overall that 3% of teachers teaching out of their area that they've been prepared in, that's been pretty consistent over the last several years, but I think even being able to include the other data and break it down by co-op is going to be helpful in terms of support through mentoring, in terms of preparation, so that's something we'll include. And then also in MSI, you can go in and create a map, and so what these show, the red represents those that have the fewest waivers, and this is more inclusive of all the information that's reported in eSchool. So pulled into MSI, so the red are the lowest, those that have the fewest, the green would represent the districts that have the most, and the yellow are kind of that middle tier of waivers requested. And when you do the map and you hover over, you can actually see the districts. So the green there is KIPP Delta, there on the right-hand side, and it would make sense that they would have a large number of waivers as being a charter school, and they have the waiver from licensure. Some of the larger school districts do have more waivers, but again, percentage-wise, how much of their faculty does that represent? That's additional data we would want to look at in questions. And then I think always has that changed over time? And anytime you see a big change, that's where we would want to go in and work with a district and talk to a district about that. In Northwest Arkansas, I do know that they are some of the higher percentage of districts requesting ALPs for special education. Their special education student population has grown, where in the eastern side of Arkansas, the student population has shrunk. So you just have all these dynamics going on. But again, I think some of the takeaways that I have, probably some more regular synthesis and analysis of this, reporting maybe a couple of times through the year with you all, and just making sure that we're really working with districts on data is going to be very helpful.
Great. Ms. Reith, did you get your question fully answered? Okay. Any other questions?
I would
Ms.
think that for a consent agenda item, but this kind of report would then need to come to the action agenda item. I don't know what other people think, but that was very helpful and not the kind of thing we usually take that much time on in consent agenda.
Yeah, I just wanted to praise this report as I think this is exactly what we need, because I think we often treat these different types of waivers separately, and I think this kind of holistic view of waivers, and back to Ms. Newton's point of our districts kind of shifting from one type of waiver to another, we need to often ask some important questions about what that means for the quality of what's going on in the classroom, that those shifts take place that may be driven by other forces that are adult forces rather than kid forces. That's right.
I have one more question. Going back to what you said about the ALPs, there were 25% or more than 25% of them were special ed. Is there anything that we can do to increase our pipeline for special ed? Because schools are having a tremendous problems, not just in specific areas of the state, but statewide, finding special ed teachers. Is there anything we can do?
Well, I think we are slowly starting to see some results of things that we've done over the last couple of years. We're seeing an increase in the number of students enrolled in the K-12 special education program. So that first-time licensure program only came into being about 2 years ago. So those are educators who have made a conscious choice that I want to teach special ed, and that's their first choice for a license. So we're seeing more of those students now come out of the pipeline, whereas before special education was an add-on endorsement. So we are seeing an increase in that pipeline. Our MAT program that was just begun, I believe it was last year. We're seeing more teachers going through the MAT program, and then.
Can you get a special ed license through MAT?
Yes, so that's a new one, a new area. But these are all just starting. So I think those are some things that are going to increase our pipeline. And then we also have a resource license available for K-6 or 7-12. And part of the work, too, is working with districts, having them really strategically think through how are we staffing our special education classes, looking at the availability of co-teaching and whether we can do some strategic preparation and licensing for teachers.
Ms. Wright, did you have a...
Yes, more of an echo both of your comments as well as Ms. Zook's. My preference of seeing this in the future in the action agenda. I think it's a tremendous first step, Dr. Pfeffer, and to you and to your whole staff for the data collection. That's where it begins, right? It's collecting data and empowering districts with this data. But I do think we have a responsibility to analyze the data, and I think by keeping this on the action agenda, it'll help all of us move to that next step from data collection to actually analysis and what this means. So thank you so much.
So may I ask what would be kind of a time frame would you all want a report in December that would kind of capture the first semester and then again later? What are you thinking?
When in the year do we really have the first semester? Is it January, February, or kind of when do we have a pretty good snapshot of the first semester typically?
Melissa says probably at the January meeting, so
Yeah.
I think
I think January, July maybe makes
makes
sense
sense.
as
Okay.
a couple of times a year.
And I do need to say that Melissa Jackson, Janice Calloway, and Frank Servideo really are responsible for pulling all of this information together. And I think sharing this today and hearing your questions will help us to kind of really work towards making sure that we have the information that we need. So I'll work with them and Dr. Owa going forward, and I'm sure January's report will even be much, much better than this one. So.
And the one other thing I would appreciate is, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in the report itself, but in the presentation, in addition to special ed, which I think is clearly always going to be an issue, what are those other subject areas that are really starting to pop in ways? I mean, I think that, I think as a state, if we can catch some of these trends before they just become, overwhelming, I think that would be good. So things, trend lines that we're starting to see move in a negative direction or in a positive direction, I think that would be helpful in terms of our role.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the governor started the Futures Scholarship, where you're trying to get people to go into the areas that have a big demand. Are those available to people if they go into like a high needs area like special education, or are those just for the trades?
And I don't know the answer to that specifically. I do know that there are loan reduction programs through the Department of Higher Ed for content, or the shortage areas we name by content, and also for geographically those counties that are identified by the Economic Development Commission as Tier 4 counties. So they'll be updating that actually this month, and so we can just provide that information to you all as far as where those Tier 4 counties are, and go back through the critical shortage areas that have been identified.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One area that we could maybe encourage the General Assembly to look at on policy side is, if you remember when the funding matrix was established, we used, since I was there, we used one salary, the average typical salary for all teachers, and so that all of the matrix components were developed around that typical average salary. And one thing that the Lakeview decision said was, if you're going to make changes, you need to make changes based on evidence. There may be enough evidence that the General Assembly could look at changing how that salary is looked at in developing the foundation funding matrix. So, right now when you have, I think it's 2.5 special ed teachers per 500 students in a typical school, well, whatever that average salary is what's plugged into that. There may be a reason for to ask them to go back and look at that. Is that something because that's a policy issue they would need to make. But I do think that when you're competing with all the other types of teaching positions, I know one of the things we hear over and over from superintendents is they can't recruit special ed. They just can't find the people. If there was a way to have a salary, some increment higher that would give them some flexibility, that's something that may help that pipeline issue, because I don't think we're solving it right now. We keep getting behind, even though we are trying to create more opportunities. As the numbers show, we keep getting behind. And I think we're going to have to look at something on the policy side that helps alleviate that long term.
Well, and those ratios from 12 years ago of special ed students to teachers, we know is changing, right? Especially in certain parts of the state.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll invite a motion to accept this report on waivers.
Move to accept.
Motion by Ms. Newton.
Second.
Second by Ms. Reith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Great. All right. We now move into Okay. Yep, we're going to take a quick break. I see desperation here. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Great. So we'll return at 11:10.
Heber Springs. Had a call about, and I said, tell me about Heber Springs. I said, I know where it is. You know, that's about it. But anyway, they,
No. We'll call us back to order. And we were obviously just talking about the importance of teachers, and I did want to do a short recognition of one of our partners in education, Ms. Brenda Robinson, president of the Arkansas Education Association, is coming to the end of her term, and I saw her out there and wanted to voice our appreciation for your dedication to education in Arkansas. And so Brenda, thank you so much for being here today, but more importantly, thanks for being there for years and years for teachers and kids. So thank you very much. All right, next on our agenda, we now move into fiscal distress. We have two districts that are that the department now recommends should be removed from fiscal distress, and so I will turn it over to Cynthia Smith for her presentation.
Hi, Cynthia Smith. I'm the coordinator for Fiscal Services and Support, and our first district is Guy Perkins. They were classified June 11th of 2015. They have completed all of their fiscal distress plan. They have had 2 years of a increased budget. A lot of thanks to Mr. Robert Stewart. He was the interim superintendent this last year and made a lot of hard decisions, really great changes for the district, and he's going to hand the baton off to Mr. Shade Gilbert, and we would like to recommend them for removal from fiscal distress.
Great, very much. Do y'all have any comments? And please do state your name for the record.
Robert Stewart, former interim superintendent, Guy Perkins.
Great. All right. Any comments?
It's been a pleasure working with the district, and I'm glad to see them emerging from fiscal distress. And thanks Cindy and her crew.
Could you speak in the microphone?
Oh,
yeah. Thank you.
Thanks Cindy and her crew. They've been a great help. So this is my second time to go through fiscal distress. So I'm glad to get it done and get back into retirement. So thank you.
All right. Congratulations. Any questions from board members? All right.
Well, just to put Shade on the spot, since he was one of our team members not too long ago, but I know that we're pretty excited about what Mr. Stewart's done, what Shade's going to. He's going there from Nemo Vista, and after he left us, and I think it's going to be a good change for the district, and I want to appreciate Mr. Stewart's piloting of the district for the interim time that he's been there, coming back home from Alaska. Isn't that right, Robert? So anyway, from where they started to where they are now, it's fantastic. So I just want to say that publicly. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Shade Gilbert, Superintendent, Guy Perkins School District, and I'd just like to echo what Mr. Stewart said, that it's been a pleasure working with Ms. Smith and her crew, and they've been tremendous help, and I can't take any credit for this. Mr. Stewart and the ladies in my office have done wonderful work, and I'm just looking forward to taking the reins and hopefully moving forward in a positive direction.
Wonderful. Well said. Any folks ready with a motion? Ms. Newton?
With sincere congratulations, I would like to recommend that Guy Perkins be removed from fiscal distress.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Congratulations, thank you all, and and continue the good work. And Ms. Smith, now we go to Yellville Summit School District.
Yes, Yellville Summit. They were classified May 29th of 2015. They have completed all of their fiscal distress plan. They've had a 2-year increased budget. Mr. Wes Henderson has done an amazing job bringing them out of fiscal distress. I've enjoyed working with him, and I would like to recommend them for removal from fiscal distress.
Great, wonderful. Would y'all like to make any quick comments?
I'm Wes Henderson, the superintendent of Yellville Summit School District. And this was my first job as a superintendent, and I accepted it right as they'd been placed on, or well, we're in the process of being placed on fiscal distress. And if I ever write a book about being a superintendent, I would advise anyone, it's the time to start being a superintendent. You get to work with people like this who are so much help. Norman Hill has been so much help to us, where there is just tremendous opportunities to get help as a superintendent. In our district, we have grown. We were at 689 when I took over. We're at 734 now, and we're hoping to continue to grow. We just want to be a great district, and thank you.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Any other?
I'm going to brag on Mr. Henderson. He was in Mountain Home when my kids were coming up, did a fantastic job. I knew when they hired him, they hired the right guy to help turn that ship around. So good job, Wes. I'm proud of y'all.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we remove Yellville Summit off fiscal distress.
Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Congratulations to y'all. And I just want to make a quick comment. I remember both of these districts when they came before us and were placed in fiscal distress, and there was a tremendous amount of frustration with our decision at that time. And yet what we hear again and again when we're on the other side of fiscal distress is how valuable it was for the district in terms of getting its house in order. And moreover, I just want to applaud the folks, Ms. Smith and your team. You've heard it every time this happens, is that they say y'all are just great to work with. And so I just want to say thank you for the good work that you do to aid these districts that are not fundamentally flawed, but simply need to get their house in order, and y'all do it again and again and again and again. So thank you very much.
We have an amazing team in there. The ladies all work really hard. They have a heart for this. And we're just excited to offer services and support to all the districts in the state. We try to make them know that you don't have to be in trouble to ask for our help. If you just have questions or you need additional training, that's what we're there for. And it seems to be really, really improving our relationship with all the districts. And we're excited. We're going to have a couple more coming up very soon. So we're getting everyone off fiscal distress quickly.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. We now move into the Act 1240 waiver requests. And I remind you that the first one was pulled from Carlisle. And so we are now looking at the Deer Mount Judy request. And Ms. McLaughlin will remind us of our procedures.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Kelly McLaughlin, ADE Charter Unit Office. Today we have representatives from Deer and Mount Judy. The Act 1240 of 2015 allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to open enrollment charter schools that serve students who reside in their school district. And we do have representatives here from Deer and Mount Judy appearing before the board for petitions for the following waivers: library media, teacher licensure, and flexible schedule. Their 90 days expires on September 6th, and they have requested for 5 years. The Melissa King, Federal Programs Curriculum Coordinator, and Brenda Napier, the Mount Judy Principal, are here to make their presentation. For our procedures, the district will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. If there is any opposition present, they will have an additional 20 minutes, and then the district will have the 5 minutes then for the rebuttal. You will want to be sure and swear in all those present to speak.
Great, thank you very much. So if Ms. King, Ms. Napier, and anyone else who plans to offer testimony would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Y'all can proceed with your 20 minutes however you want to divide it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the State Board, and Commissioner Keys. We don't really have a formal presentation for you today, so we will not be taking 20 minutes of leave. We are asking for 3 waivers today. The first one is library media. We lost our district library media person to our county library this summer. And what we're hoping to do is, since she is there, we're wanting to work on an MOU with our county library so that she will still either virtually be working with our students, or we will be taking students to the county library to get some services there. And we would also, in her position, be putting classified people into the library to take care of our libraries on the campus as well. The second waiver that we're asking for is teacher licensure. We have a tremendous problem filling the slots in our district. We're like the Delta region, really. If they're not homegrown or they don't have connections to our district, it's hard to keep them there. And we use the non-traditional program and the MAP program. We accept all of those, but they'll usually stay 2 years and then they leave us. But we're not asking for core teachers. We're only asking for extra, I guess we would say, teachers. We use the ALPs when we have to. We prefer not to for our core content. We really want certified teachers in those positions. And then our third waiver on the flexible schedule, we know that Act 867 took care of this for 9 through 12. We want to move it down a little bit for 7th and 8th grade because last year we actually lost students to Arkansas Virtual Academy because they could go 3 days, complete all of their assignments, and then 2 days they're working in their family business. We have that a lot in our district. So that's what we're asking for in a nutshell, I guess.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments?
I just want to say thank you.
Your name for the record.
Brenda Napier, Mountain Judy principal. I've been curriculum for several years, but a real quick scenario, we lost our coach and principal of that campus in 1 week's time. So I was asked to go to that campus, and I'm very proud to be there. These kids that we're talking about, we're small, but I don't think I've ever been so motivated as when we were at the School Improvement Conference in Hot Springs, and Mr. Key talked about the student in ESSA and the fact that the students, they're more than just a test score. They're just we need to make them a whole, well-rounded kid, and we need to look at each and every one of them. So we don't take lightly these waivers that we've asked for because we want quality. We want the best for our students. We are producing students that are receiving Chancellor scholarships at U of A that go to Duke University. We have a Dartmouth grad. So we are producing quality students. We have a lot of students that receive career and technical degrees, and that's where the teacher licensure comes in, because we can have an agriculture teacher, but he or she may not be welding certified. So if we bring in a professional that is has welding certification, they can help that student be in a progression of moving forward into their career. So thank you for letting me speak, but that's where we're going.
Thank you, Ms. Napier. I'm going to just swing around and see if there are questions on any of these three items. I'll start with Ms. Newton.
I have several questions. The first one has...
Excuse me, just 1 second. There's not opposition, correct, Ms. McLaughlin? I apologize. Ms. Newton.
The first one has to do with the library media, and it's not necessarily specifically with this school, but just a concern that I wanted to raise to the board. We looked at our state, we got the results of our state reading scores, and they are still low. And we, as a state, through the RISE initiative, are trying very hard to increase our reading scores and get them improved, because we all know that if kids can't read well, then they have difficulty all through life. And my concern is we're getting these library media requests almost every month. And I have a library media degree, and I've been in that position before, and I know that if kids don't have access to not just books, but quality and books that will pique their interest, and then someone to guide them. They don't always get that, and so just not just for this school, but overall, I've got a concern about some of the library media waivers that we are looking at. Specifically with this one, you said that you had lost your library media specialist to the county library. And you were looking at MOU. Have you
Yes,
already
ma'am.
gone into that agreement?
We couldn't until she started January 1st. So we have to start now working on that with her and the county library board.
So you
This
can't.
month.
January 1st or July 1st?
I'm sorry, July 1st.
Okay. All right. So that's in the process.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your outlook for that being?
Ms. Wendell, who's the librarian, she has already agreed to come back to the classroom personally and make classroom visits. She will be setting up each student with a library card for the county library, and they have a vast collection of ebooks. So that will get them access to that. And I don't want you to feel that we're not doing any reading. All of our elementary teachers have gone through the Literacy Lab project. So our classroom libraries have 4,000 and 5,000 books in them for our students.
How far away is the county library from your school?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Mhm.
So would the transport students to the library, how often?
Right now, like elementary students go once a week to the library per grade, and even if I have to drive them there myself on a bus, I will do that.
So you're still looking at
yes,
keeping that, okay.
And I want to apologize, our superintendent, Mr. Curry, couldn't be here today. His plane lands from his mission trip today. So he wanted to be here but couldn't.
I understand.
May I share with the library media specialist? Each campus, Deer and Mountain Judy, we each have a retired library media specialist that is volunteering and very willing to come in. They do, it's all voluntary basis, but we do have 2 licensed people one in each campus.
Did you want to take each one by topic?
Why don't we see if there's anything else on the library issue, and then we'll come back around. Any other questions or comments on the first waiver request?
I think, how many students do you have that you're connecting to the virtual academy and the connection? I'm getting there. Through the connections in the virtual academy, because the library media is not necessarily the same in virtual as it is brick and mortar. So how have you talked with them, how they use this waiver, if they're using this waiver, and how it contributed to student success?
One parent who pulled two of her children, I should say, everything is done virtually for them, but she didn't even mention library media as part of their lessons for the week. They had PE, they had some music activities, but she has not mentioned anything about the library media. So I can't really answer that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? I just do want to piggyback on Ms. Newton. I mean, I think that on the library media, and I feel bad hitting y'all but you're in front of us, right? And I think we've looked at a lot of these, and I worry a little bit that on some of these issues we just begin to give up a little bit, and say, well, we're just not going to be able to have library media specialists in every school, but it is so fundamental. Falling in love with the physical book, and then knowing that the world moves beyond that with virtual digital material. So it is troubling. I just think we have to be careful about just ceding to what I think many of us in our hearts know is the right thing to do, which is to have high quality librarians and media specialists in the school. So I just think it's a concern, and y'all are just getting asked these questions
That's
or
okay.
comments, and it's.
I'm a literacy specialist, so I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Right. We appreciate that. All right. I guess we'll next move to the teacher licensure waiver, and I'll kind of start with Ms. Dean. Anything you see? Any questions or concerns there? I'll come back around. I'll come back around to
Okay.
Ms. Reith. Dean Zook. Okay. Ms. Reith?
And I guess maybe I'm trying to think when's the good timing for this, but I have kind of broader questions, concerns with this specific application in that it feels somewhat broader than I think some of the applications that were received in the past. And I wanted to ask Ms. McLaughlin, I guess more than anything on behalf of the department, it feels like to me this is coming to us because of school year about to start and needing some waivers, right? And I was wondering, I mean, is this the only avenue that's available to the school district to get prepared for when school starts? Or, because I feel that many in the past, the Act 1240s that I felt more confident with have been tied to a specific program, maybe some sort of career education or innovation approach. There was, 5-year kind of set, a marker, and they were able to make a strong case, right, of the interconnectivity. And this just felt broader and maybe in some ways reminiscent of some of the early Act 1240s applications that we got. And that I know since your department's been working with the school districts to kind of try and get a little bit more clarity, how does your team feel about this application? Is this really the only avenue that's available to them to be ready to serve children and to be compliant by the start of the school year?
Well, time-wise, it is probably the only avenue for them. Usually, I work with school districts, and another unit that I work with is curriculum support, and I send a lot of folks to Tommy Coy, who is the program manager for that unit. But the time has passed, the deadline has passed for course approvals, although the library media request doesn't really have anything to do with the course approval. So basically, for anything that would be starting this year, this really is their only avenue. There is district conversion charter application cycle, but that will require about 18 months. Yeah. And of course, if they wanted to go through the approach of the School of Innovation, that takes a little bit less time, but still not an avenue for them for August of 2017.
Thank you. Thank you for affirming that. That was my question.
Ms. McLaughlin, while you're there, are there time limits on these waivers?
I believe
I'm
that
not seeing them.
they asked for 5 years.
They did. Okay. I just was missing it. I apologize. Ms. Newton, I think.
Just on that particular topic, it's not real clear in your application what classes that you are seeking these waivers for and what grade levels. So could you tell me that?
Right now, we do not have an agri person.
Okay.
We don't have anyone that's applied that's actually certified, but we have people that have applied that have a degree in agriculture business. So we feel that if we could hire these people, since they do have a degree, we don't want just anybody in there helping our students. But we feel that if they have that degree, they can support and teach these lessons to the students.
So what you're looking at, 712, 912?
712.
712 for that, okay.
Any other questions on that? And then finally, flexible schedule. Any questions on the flexible schedule proposal? I'll start with Ms. Newton and come around.
I saw in your application that you're thinking about lower grades. What's your plan for implementation in the lower grades?
We want to start talking with the 6th graders first and their parents to let them know what options are there. We're a very high poverty district, and those students don't even know where to begin really on what types of jobs or careers they could have. And we're not saying we're sending them out anywhere. We just want to start helping them plan and set educational goals, and then move them up to 7th and 8th grade, let them experience some of those with like visitations, internships, possibly during 7th and 8th grade. So when they hit 9th grade, they know exactly what path they want to take.
What kind of oversight are you going to give to those 7th and 8th grade students?
I'm sorry, what?
Oversight for those 7th and 8th grade students?
We will have to have a team in place, and those parents will be involved, the student, the principals, and the counselors, to watch them throughout the year, and they will have a written plan that they will follow. And they're not getting out of, say, not doing other things. They're still responsible for all curriculum.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, I'm not making it clear, when a 7th and 8th grade student, you go ahead, I just don't want her to hear my question, so you go ahead.
Well, let me just address. It's been brought to my attention that we have, in the application, it states that they're not asking for the core areas, and we do need them to, but they are asking for art and music, and according to the licensure unit, that is considered a core area. So I just need you guys to state that verbally, please.
We have musicians and artists that live in our area, so we're talking about using them like for one period a day above and beyond our art and music teachers that we have on campus as an extra activity.
Okay. The question I had about 7th and 8th grade students would be oversight after they left your campus. You know, talking about young kids, how would you take care of making sure that they were safe, and will you provide any sort of transportation?
Yes, usually when we do activities like that, the counselor will take them, and she's the one that's made the connections with the businesses or the colleges. So she would be there along with their parents if they want to attend. They're more than welcome to attend any of those too.
So would they be going as a group, or is it individual? I'm not
We have
clear.
done it individually, and we've done small groups. I don't think we should take a whole group all at once unless the business would prefer that.
Okay.
But they will be supervised. We won't send them off on their own.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, any questions? Ms. Chambers? Mr. Black?
So this is, what you're talking about is more like a career orientation, like going on a field trip to see the different businesses as opposed to individual children doing an internship at the 7th and 8th and 9th grade?
We will be looking at the students individually. If there are students that are mature enough to handle that, it'll be on an individual basis. We're not going to send anybody out there that's not ready. But then again, if we have people that are ready, then we do want to give them those experiences.
Well, they're 12, so you can only be so mature by 12. I know that when Mountain Home came before us and wanted to move down to 9th grade, I was challenged with that. And 7th and 8th, like what are your achievement scores in 7th and 8th in the reading and math areas and science and writing? It would seem to me that if all those students aren't at the ready level, that they would do better to be at school getting extra help in those areas. But I tried to look up real quick and see what your 15, 16 scores were, and I couldn't find it quickly. So where are you as far as your 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students relative? I mean, are they like 80% of them are ready, or is it lower than that?
District-wide, it would be lower than that. I can't off the top of my head quote you what it was. I know that our 6th grade and 8th grade on one campus was stronger than the other campus, with most of those students being ready, with several exceeding. And at the other campus, the 8th grade was lower than the 6th and the 7th. So.
I guess until we're ready to, as measured by a test and parents and maturity and all of those things, in my mind, time would be better spent shoring up those skills as opposed to thinking about an internship. I know Southside in Batesville, or it is a town on its own now, but it's Southside, close to Batesville. They have had success with students setting their life goals and then moving and counseling and all that, which seems a good approach to this. But exposure I get. They could But with the internet and things like that, you can expose students a lot without actually doing a hands-on internship. So I'll be real frank with you, this gives me great pause.
Well, it's not something that we would be doing with every week. And like I said, it would only be students that could handle that. And we may not have any that can't handle going in and doing that, like an internship. So they would be on campus. And we will be setting those goals for them and exposing them, like you said, through the internet, I guess, or guest speakers coming to them to show
like
their career. A career, yes.
Yeah, career orientation. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Wright?
I guess maybe it's more of a comment, but I do want to give the district a chance to elaborate. This application in general still gives me some pause. I want to get there because you're a high-achieving school district that obviously is doing some great things for your students. And you're here just asking for some additional support to try some new things. But this doesn't feel to me yet as fleshed out of a program as we've seen, I think, with some of the other applications. And I guess I just would like to know to what extent maybe you've consulted with other districts or some maybe other supports. I think if maybe there were some partnerships in place, or I'd known that some research was done off which these waivers were based. It's just when we grant these broad stroked waivers, it can open a slippery slope, right? Depending, a lot of it is just based on you all's word, right? Of how you're going to use it. And I just feel like there's a little less meat here than what we've seen, I think, with some other applications. But I want to give you all a benefit of a doubt because you've done some great things for our Arkansas students. So I guess maybe if you could talk to me a little bit more about the process by which you came to this application or identified these interventions for which you want to seek waivers, beyond obviously the library media specialist, which is more about a need.
Thank you. Yes, I do think we have done a very good job with our students. I think broadening, because we are a very small district, we're not close to towns where they can go participate in a lot of sports, other arts, crafts, those sort of things. So I think we are trying to bring as much flexibility on our own campuses that we can bring to those students so they see a broader perspective of what's out there. Because in terms of solid core, yes, we strive daily. But with when she was talking about the 7th and 8th grade, when we have an 8-hour period, and if a student doesn't participate in the say basketball, then it's like those students have a couple hours that they need something. So yes, we have interventions and we remediate and we do all sorts of additional ACT prep work. We fill those hours and voids with positive good things, but we think showing them a broader area of interest is what we're trying to do with this. We're not taking anything away.
Just a comment. I totally agree that the upper level high school students need that and should be provided that opportunity. I just have real questions about the lower grades. That's where my holdup is.
Ms.
Do you participate with Economics Arkansas? Do your teachers?
We have one, yes, that started this year, so that is a new interest. It's a new area for us.
Because
yes.
that would be helpful as far as students being exposed. And then there's going to be a finance course. Is that right? Personal finance.
You're talking about the mathematics, the upper mathematics. Yes, and I so would applaud whoever came up with that because I am by trade a math teacher. And so many years when consumer math, when those went away, we lost something. So I'm so proud to have that back.
So it would seem that with Economics Arkansas and with the finance and the student feedback we get about banking and taxing and all of that, it would seem that if you have students who are not in those other extracurricular activities, if you could take those standards and then apply them and write your own curriculum for those lower grades that if this doesn't pass, this may pass, I don't know. But there are some creative things that you might do in that light that would lend themselves to any occupation, and that combined with having those skilled professionals coming to the campus. So I don't know if this will pass or not, but
Okay, but that is a great idea, and we will use that. We will drop down those, because it is an upper math class, but some of the standards can be dropped down. Like you said, in terms of consumer math, practical day-to-day mathematics that they need, we'll start that in the 7th grade. Thank you.
Any concluding questions on this proposal? Okay, then we will take them by waiver topic. I've heard different conversations on, Ms. Davis, are you?
No, I just want to make a note that they had asked for on their flexible schedule 6/18-11, and it is repealed effective August 1st. So that really, I mean, not that that changes the entire thing, but it doesn't need to be requested because it's not going to be an issue for them.
Okay, great.
also, do we have whoever works with library media from ADE available so we could get their feedback on this library media thing? We'd get Ms. Smith up there.
Stacy Smith, Assistant Commissioner of Learning Services. So Library Media Specialist is Cassandra Barnett here at the department. I can check to see if she's upstairs. But we have seen many waivers come across that have asked for waivers for library media, whether it's within charter, whether it's within Act 1240. I have visited schools where I have seen the waivers used very effectively, where they waived a library media specialist and they looked at what was the role that they really wanted that person to take on. Library and media is much more than a brick and mortar library with books on the shelves and dispensing books. It's about research. It's about getting information and books into the hands of kids. You've seen some schools who've taken literacy specialists, technology specialists, and partnered them together to be able to provide those services in their school. So I think in particular to this waiver, that would be it would be their responsibility to describe to you how they're going to take the current responsibilities of their library media specialist and do that with their students. And so that's kind of what I was listening for today, was how they were going to attempt to do that. And what I heard was taking them to a public library once a week. I did hear that she had the library specialist background herself. But if you'd like me to go get Cassandra to talk more to you, I can be happy to do that.
No, I think part that bothered me about that was the 20 minutes to and from, so that's like a whole class period.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you, Ms. Smith.
You're welcome.
Great. Any concluding questions? Thank you, Ms. Zook. All right, then we will take these items separately because I heard different conversations on them. Would y'all prefer roll call or voice before we move there? Any preference? Okay, then we'll do a voice vote and follow up with a roll call if necessary. I would invite a motion in either direction regarding the library media waiver.
I wonder if they would like to elaborate on the points Ms. Smith made before we vote on that.
Certainly, you're always welcome to do that.
Okay. We do want to put in a technology person into that position to help our students there on campus.
Do you have a technology person to put into that position?
We have one technology person, but it's easier for our school district to find a technology certified person than it is to find a teacher.
Okay, thank you.
I'll invite a motion.
I move for approval of the library media waiver.
Motion by Ms. Reith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Black. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. I heard one no, Ms. Newton. The rest were ayes. Okay. The second waiver topic is teacher licensure.
I move to deny the waiver request for teacher licensure.
Motion by Ms. Reith. Is there a second? All right. That dies for lack of a second.
Let's try the other way.
Mm.
I move to grant the waiver for teacher licensure.
And I second it.
All right. Motion by Mr. Williamson, second by Mr. Black. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. That waiver is approved. One no vote from Ms. Reith. And now on the flexible schedule waiver.
I move to deny for 6th and 7th, that part. And I think that's the only added part. Aren't they already approved for 9th through 12th?
I believe it's 7th and 8th that they're asking
what
for
did I
here.
say?
You said 6th and 7th, and I think they're asking for 7th and 8th, correct?
Okay, I move to deny this waiver for 7th and 8th grade students.
Second.
All right. So motion by Ms. Zook to deny the waiver, seconded by Ms. Newton. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Okay, that is unanimous to deny. Okay. Congratulations on your partial success, and safe travels back to the most beautiful place in the world.
Thank you. Besides Melbourne.
We won't start anything now. I knew that was going to happen. All right. Our second Act 1240 waiver proposal today is from El Dorado School District. Ms. McLaughlin, I'll turn it over to you to get us started.
All right, thank you. Today we have representatives from the El Dorado School District. They are here to petition for waivers for teacher licensure. Their 90 days will expire on September 10th. They have requested for 5 years. We have Jim Tucker, the superintendent, and Melissa Powell, assistant superintendent, here to make their presentation, and you will want to swear them in.
Great.
May I ask her a question before she leaves? Who checks each year to see that there's still charter students in a district?
I do. I request a resident district report every time the cycle report comes through, so I always check to make sure they have students in that open enrollment charter school.
Okay, so if they lose a student, I know sometimes they gain a student and then they come to us. If they lose a student, then do they have till the end of that school year to stop that waiver, or do they have to stop it at the closest coming semester?
Are you asking if I check to see if any school that's ever applied for Act 1240 waivers, if I check on those students?
Yes.
I do not check on those students. Ms. Boyd may have a different answer, but I understand you're right. They keep it until the end of the term.
Alexandra Boyd, Director of the Charter Office. Good morning. I just want to clarify the way the law is written, that they're able to retain the waiver as long as the open enrollment charter still exists. So if my school district had one student that went to ARVA, and I came and asked you for waivers and you granted them to me, and then that student came back to my school, I would still be able to have those waivers unless something happened to ARVA and ARVA was closed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. Mr. Tucker and Ms. Powell, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank y'all, and y'all can proceed with your presentation for 20 minutes.
Okay. Jim Tucker, Superintendent, Del Rey School District. And Ms. Zook, we have open enrollment charter students go to those every year. So we're covered on that. Just want to let you know.
It wasn't directed at El Dorado.
I want to say thank you very much for hearing our requests, and I want to say thank you to Kelly also for the help that she provides. She was very beneficial. I want to share with you briefly a couple of problems that we face in El Dorado School District that I feel like this waiver will help us with. Many schools in our area are still trying to fill vacancies even at this time of the year. With the current teacher shortage that you're very familiar with, more schools are competing with a very small applicant pool. So we feel like this waiver will allow us to open up that applicant pool a little bit bigger. The second problem that we typically have is that We hire MAT teachers, we hire Apple, we hire TFA, we hire ATC, and we do this every year. And they do a wonderful job for us. The problem with that, though, is that most of the time these teachers finish up the program and they go back to their hometown, which is understandable, especially if they're not from El Dorado or South Arkansas. So with those two problems, we feel like the waiver will definitely help us. I want to share with you some things that we do in our district to retain teachers and recruit teachers. And I want to do this because if you do grant the waiver, I want you to understand that it will not be wasted, and we do everything we absolutely can to bring our teachers along. We did a salary increase, a significant salary increase back in the 15-16 school year. We did this to help retain teachers and to help recruit better to South Arkansas. Currently, we're the highest paying district in our county and one of the highest paying in South Arkansas. Each year for the past 5 years, we've given a bonus each year to try to help supplement teachers. We give a $2,000 stipend to our math and science teachers each year. That's something that we've been doing for about 8 to 10 years or maybe even longer before I got there. We give a signing bonus to teachers whenever they come aboard our district. 2 years ago, we hired a media marketing director. We did this specifically to try to recruit teachers to our district. We reach out to them through various social media campaigns, very broad social media campaigns, I might add. We reach out to Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. We're reaching everywhere we possibly can to try to get the teachers that we need for our district. We've implemented gas station TV. When you're at Murphy USA and you're pumping your gas and you see the TV, we have a commercial there trying to recruit teachers. On our local TV stations, and even reach out further than that, we have TV commercials. Job fairs, numerous job fairs, and Ms. Powell is going to explain a little bit more about that. We use the Observe Me, talking about retaining teachers and how to bring them along. I know you're very familiar with Observe Me, and Ms. Abels came down to our district and observed me. Mm-hmm. And it's a very big benefit to us, and we really do enjoy it, and our teachers do too. We have a math chair, a science chair, and a literacy chair, 3 different endowed chairs for our district that help teachers with curriculum and instructional strategies. We're the only school in the state and one of the only schools in the country that have that. We do that for our teachers and bring them along. In each building, at each school in our district, we have a math coach and a literacy coach that is in every school. Those coaches help our teachers with instructional strategies. They help them with lesson plans and any materials that they might need. This coming school year, we're starting something new called Admin Cohorts. I visited with Dr. Murray over at Conway about this. This is something that he does. We are bringing in teachers that aspire to be administrators that are working towards their licensure, and we're going to meet with them every month. Everybody at central office, we're going to go over different aspects of being an administrator, give them shadowing time. It's kind of like an interview process, but it lets them know whether or not they want to be an administrator, and it brings them along through that course. We're doing this because we do have teachers come in from out of town that want to be an administrator, and we'd like to keep them. So we want to give them leadership roles, put them in that position to hopefully keep them in our district. So that's one thing that we're starting this school year. One thing that we started last year, which was very successful, was Teacher Leader. We started it at the high school. We had 4 teachers at the high school where we modified their schedule. We freed them up for almost half a day, that's very difficult to do when you have a teacher shortage, but we felt like it was important. And we paired up these teacher leaders with new teachers. Just like I do, whenever a new teacher comes out of college, they typically don't know a lot about teaching. And you have to be on the job to learn that a lot of times. And a lot of times they're thrown into the mix without a lot of support. These teacher leaders work with the teachers every week. They observed the teachers in the classroom. They sat down with them every week and gave one-on-one feedback. They worked with the teachers on classroom management, lesson planning, and it was very successful. We're very excited about it. We're going to continue it next year at the high school only. And then after that, we're going to expand it out to other schools in our district. So we're excited about that. Every teacher that you talk to in our district, they're going to talk about the support that we give. If they leave and go to another district and come back, they come back even happier because they realize they did not get the support that we give. And I don't mean that bad about anybody, but we go out of our way to give the support to teachers, and we're doing that to try to retain them. It is a major focus for us, and it's very important for us. At this time, I'm going to let Ms. Melissa Powell, our Director of Personnel, go over a few more things with you, okay?
Good morning. I am Melissa Powell with the El Dorado School District. I am Director of Human Resources. This year, I had the pleasure to attend 16 job fairs, and 6 of those were out of state. We did reach anywhere in our region. We were able to get teachers from 9 of those universities we visited, and we think that's a pretty good success rate. We anywhere from 1 to 4 from any of those job fairs. Because of that, we do plan to extend our job fair reach next year. We plan to go into Oklahoma some, and we also, in some of the schools where we haven't seen a lot of success in the last few years, I think we're going to look at different universities. For example, we've gone to South Louisiana, but we haven't seen as much success there lately, so we're going to try to look at different regions to go to, into some different states. I know that support is a huge part of being a new teacher. We do realize that these teachers, if they were under the Act 1240 waiver, would need a different level of support even than a first-year teacher. We would provide that in each building for that teacher. We do that now with if we hire a long-term substitute. We have someone now that is assigned to them. We don't really treat them as a substitute. We had a lot of success last year with our long-term substitute waivers. We had 6 of our 10 get certification before the end of the year, and they worked on that. Perhaps it might have been an exam they were waiting on, or they're waiting to get into a program, and we were able to make that happen for many of those. And we would also ensure that any teacher we have under this waiver would be actively working toward licensure, and we would help them with that. One of the ways we plan to help them with that, our universities do a great job helping them with the praxis exams, but there are times that we need some one-on-one tutoring. If they've been out of school for a while, particularly it seems that in math, if maybe the requirements weren't as rigid when they were in high school. And so we plan to provide that as a district to those teachers, some one-on-one tutoring, and we know that would be at our expense, but we know that we can get those teachers to pass the required exams so they can seek alternative licensure. Okay. I think Mr. Tucker, I want to tell you how many openings we have left. We have had 66 openings total. I believe in your report you see that we had 69, but we have been able to reduce that number to 66. Of those, we have filled 51, but 11 of these positions could possibly fall under the 1240 waiver. We don't anticipate that they would all. We are actively pursuing licensed teachers. We have some candidates from the Apple program that we have applied to some of our recent openings, but we have a few that we feel that we have some candidates we feel could fall under this that would be very effective teachers and that would be able to get into a program very soon. Okay, you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Let me just start with Ms. Rice and see if you have any questions.
I apologize, Ms. McLaughlin, if you said this at the beginning. Is there a time limit for this? Number of years? 5 years? Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Ms. Dean? Yes, sir.
And have you spoken with your community about this and the parent? Okay, and they're all good with it. They understand it.
Yes, our board actually approved a resolution for this. So it's been before the board. We've had a conversation with community members, and so they are familiar. And I wanted to back up just a moment too, talking about trying to get hometown folk, to be teachers. I'm from El Dorado. Ms. Powell's from the area. My wife teaches, she's from the area. We have a lot of teachers from El Dorado that teach there. We actually have 13 high school graduates that went to college with El Dorado Promise and have come back to teach. So we're actively recruiting hometown people. So.
Thanks. Mr. Black?
No.
Mr. Williams? Okay. Ms. Newton?
Mr. Tucker, I just want to take the time to applaud what you're doing for your community as far as recruitment. That's fantastic, but to go further, the retention part, what you're doing to support teachers, I think is a great example for other districts around the state. I hope that they will be listening and they'll take a look at what you're doing as far as recruitment and retention for teachers, because as a former teacher, I would relish to be able to teach a place where there was so much support. So thank you for what you're doing for teachers.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? If not, I would invite a motion.
I move to grant the waiver.
Motion by Mr. Williamson.
Second.
Second by Ms. Reith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations and safe travels to y'all.
Thank
Okay?
you very much.
All right. I think we are going to go ahead and break here. Lunch is ready. Why don't we plan, 1 o'clock is good. Okay, we'll just plan to return at 1 o'clock. So I apologize to the couple of 1240 waiver folks. They'll be pushed after lunch, but we're not too far behind. Thank you all very much.
know, everybody's, oh, I guess, there was that spree for a while. How are you?
Realize it probably, I've been a little bit near the conversation.
We're just gossiping.
I'm just sitting there.
And I'm sorry, it's not even really juicy stuff, but mainly, do you know who?
Yeah.
ignorant, I didn't know, I didn't tell anything, but I remember calling the elementary school and asking, how does one apply for gifted and talented? And they said, oh, the one year. That was it. At Roberts. You simply had to say, I guess. So that was fifth grade. Nobody had done anything testing or anything, which there's supposed to be a path to doing that. Cut to, it was time to go to high school. We were zoned for all. But because they were designated gifted and talented in the fifth grade, they got into Central because of magnet illusion. So Central has not only that gerrymandered zone, but then they overlaid it with the gifted and talented and international studies mission. That's the reason that people drive right past Hall and, and Jim Ross's zone. Fair is closer. But they go, and they're in portables over, and those other schools are under. But it's like they just woke up when the state took over. Nobody, I was at those board meetings for 4 years. Never came up.
Well, so now, I knew about the international magnet. The students could apply for the international studies magnet at Central. But I didn't know gifted and talented designation.
It doesn't, it's my understanding, it doesn't automatically, but if you're designated as gifted and talented, there is Central is 2 magnets, international studies and gifted and talented. So that greases the skids for you to get in.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Go back and look at that history a little bit for that application.
Yeah.
So, but your kids didn't do that.
They didn't. They ended up going to Catholic schools.
Right.
And that was the.
So I wondered because I know if you go for the international studies, you do have to take an international studies class at Central.
Yes.
So I wonder about that.
But it made me wonder on the gifted and talented because mine weren't really dialed into AP. They weren't, it doesn't mean they won't do it, but it wasn't, that wasn't their thing. So it made me wonder, okay, if you're gifted and talented, does that mean you have to go to the AP track? Which you hear a lot about kind of the school within the school situation there. But that's what it'll be fascinating to listen to next week is how do they, because they filed a suit in September of 2015, I think it was.
Yes, the takeover was in January.
Yeah.
So it's, September 28th or something like that.
So the state had however many months. Because the state didn't immediately correct what 30 years had wrought? I'd just be fascinated to see how they look. And I wonder if his own behavior opposing everything, like even the bonds, that's where the legal arguments get out of them.
You haven't heard anything about settlements or anything, have you?
No.
Anyway, but, they did have a few weeks ago, they did have a sort of an obligatory meeting with the magistrate, just to see if there was a place where they could settle. And then it was a lengthy meeting, it wasn't for, it was longer than half an hour, it was a lot of the day, which I thought, wow. A lot of those people talk to, so.
Well, there is inequity, but it is, to me, not what they say because you talk to those people in West Little Rock, for example, Roberts didn't even exist. So, yes, they built a new building, but it's hard to build an old building because they didn't have any school. Meanwhile, Zone 1 had 12 schools, the same population. And until Roberts, Zone 4 had 2 schools. So, but they're using the West Little Rock schools as somehow that's where it just gets so frustrating with, and you see it national, local, it's the messengers that people trust with what they believe. It's just, yeah.
Starts Tuesday.
How long do you think it'll go?
Well, at least a week, and then.
Yeah. Oh, that's just
judges,
there.
Yeah, judges give them until Friday, but sometimes
in other arenas, I remember when he ruled they wouldn't stop medical view.
Yeah.
I mean, he just phrased that in poetic language. You know, so I haven't gotten to see, I drive by it all the time. I'd love to go inside. And evidently I keep seeing a number like it's been 30-something million that's cost. But the original price tag to build a school was over 50.
Sure.
So that's been a savings.
Sure. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the inside. I think that Mr. Pickering,
Yes.
I think he is off contract for a little bit, but now he's back by now.
Oh, is he? Oh.
Middle school principal, they don't
Yes.
have a full 12 month.
Oh, they don't? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I saw, they already got goalposts up out there for
Oh, really?
football. The property the district had already bought.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly,
I just noticed the windows,
yes,
But it's supposed to be 2 stories on the inside, so I mean, just to see.
yeah. I wonder if they'll do a tour. I guess they've done it for parents, but it does make you wonder as well when, okay, you're growing it a year at a time. That 70,000 square foot office building where they've been will be there.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, okay, like a charter, would they grow into 9th grade? And what, would the politics either be right to do that? But you've created such market demand at that point, you know, people staying in the district and coming back. And it'll be, next year it'll be the 2nd largest school in the district, next to Central.
One has 3 grades.
Yeah, that's
1,200 is what they target. Yeah.
And Central, obviously 2,600, but no other high school is maybe 1,100 at Parkview, or 1,000 at Parkview. Well, you, howdy. All right. Doing well. How are you? You better. Would you, will it be both you and a legal writer covering that, or how does that?
I suspect that just might be me.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Good luck.
Oh, heavens. Well, that puts it in,
Well,
if you can understand it, then we can
well,
understand.
and Judge Marshall's really pretty funny stuff.
He is.
And the attorneys are too.
Yes. Well, I found it interesting that I think at one time they were talking about appealing the other decision to the higher court. I don't know, but that doesn't seem like a good strategy before you're going into another, tell them you're going to appeal.
I suspect that might be, it's just a card out there.
Yeah.
You never know.
Very true.
I did go see Easton campus.
Oh, you did? Have you gone inside? How was it?
Oh, nice. You know, it's, have you seen the outside?
Yes.
Where it's kind of black steel.
And then it goes into the other building.
Orange brick and,
Yeah.
you know, Dr. Bacon.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either. Only just recently. He just said that they don't have that same color brick anymore.
Well,
So, the other orange, you know, it's kind of be off-putting, he said, so that's why they put that more.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks interesting. It's a nice entrance to the Mountain Lake. Like Jim Cross Page.
Numbers. All it is, basically offices and
have they started yet on Shadow Avenue? That, K8?
I don't think so. See, we started talking, he said what they've done is started the demolition, is what he said. So
Oh,
it's
just
like-
oh, yes. Oh, so they're not gonna use it? Well, I wonder if the demographics will change when they should go high school. There's almost a theater, right? But, is that it? Yeah, we'll. So they'll act like college students.
It's really, it's not just,
When they call me, I gotta go right there. And get that chair running.
Oh, no, I can, no, there's no.
No, right there.
Oh, yeah, but I mean,
There's no sign,
I don't.
there are no signs.
I'm just trying to get to the. I'm just trying to
We're
get
first
to.
up, we're first up.
Oh, I'm just trying to get to the seat that's closest to the podium. So it don't fall flat on my face when I call my name.
They took a break.
Because I got a panic button already.
Is it one yet? How's the, oh,
They still have two more after 1420. Well, I never even waited.
before they get into the, that's, I think, yeah, two more things before we get into the one.
I didn't realize it's gonna be like a courtroom.
Hey, yes, sir. I think so.
Are they gonna ask you questions?
Maybe next week. Okay. Where are we?
I'm gonna go across that pond. I'm gonna go watch the British Open.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool.
Everything stays good. That's right.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I might go, not to the cruise ceremony, but might go next year. We got married in Scotland. And next year's
So when you get done, you just leave, you don't have to wait.
do something. It's one of those years that they get 0 or 5. At 30 this year, so. Oh, is that right? Do something.
They don't take that when they do the same.
People love us. Those bad, those mud bad. That's Scotland's way up there. Oh, did you go? You know, I've been over there one time. I mean, that was that way.
you have one of these, right? I do too. Did you bring the copies that you wanted to test that? But I brought copies to the user. Actually, I have them, that you can throw up on PowerPoint. I've saved them on my flash drive, and they have those ready, if you want to do that. It doesn't matter, I have. And then it was also in their board. It was also in their board packet, so they probably already read. Okay, I'll mark it. Thank you. Good afternoon. We have representatives from Valonia School District here today to petition for waivers for flexible schedule. Their 90 days expires on September the 25th, and they are requesting for 5 years. We have Dr. David Stevens, Superintendent, and Kathy Riggins, Assistant Superintendent, here to make their presentation, and you might want to swear them in.
I will. If Dr. Stevens and Ms. Riggins, if you'll stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thanks. And y'all can proceed for 20 minutes.
First of all, on behalf of our district, thank you for taking the time to consider our request. I know your schedule is very full. At Valonia, we have been focused over the last several years of being very intentional about what we're doing with our instructional practices in the classroom and how we're examining student data. We have been also very intentional about developing our professional learning communities. Our administrative team earlier this summer went to the National PLC Conference. We are implementing a leadership retreat next week to further that discussion, and that's what brings us here requesting this waiver. One of the key components in a professional learning community is that you provide collaboration time. And in our district, we have worked really hard to try to create master schedules that would allow collaboration time for teachers within content areas and then across grade levels. But because of our limited human resources and the diversity of our schedule, that's been difficult. We have been able to pull that off in a couple of specific areas, but as far as having a dedicated, intentional time for teachers to have to examine student data and to examine their instructional practices in relation to how our students are achieving standards, we've come across some roadblocks there. So if the board grants our waiver requests, what we intend to do is implement an early out professional learning community professional development schedule, which will dismiss courses 1 hour early, 1 day a week. We want to protect the instructional time, and so what we plan to do with that time is abbreviated schedules so that even though we're dismissing an hour early, every course meets with every instructor. What we've done over the past couple of years to meet this needs is brought in substitute teachers to release teachers within content areas or grade levels. And while that has been beneficial, the exchange there is lost instructional time. And so we are very also intentional about protecting our instructional time. So our board met on Monday night at a regular board meeting. Our board expressed approval and approved a resolution to go forward with this schedule pending state board approval of our waiver request. And so now I'd like to ask my colleague, Mrs. Riggins. She'll give you a little bit of background about where we've been in the past, what brought us to this point, and how this would flesh out.
Hi, Kathy Riggins, Assistant Superintendent. We are excited about this possibility. As Dr. Stevens said, our administrative team attended the Solution Tree PLC Institute, and the common theme throughout this institute in every session was that teachers need collaborative time within the contract day. And that is something that has been modeled nationwide. Schools that are model schools for PLCs, they have those times embedded. Some start with a late start, some start with an early release, but that was something that our team talked about, that we've struggled trying to get response to intervention practices in place. We've struggled with the true PLC concepts. We've worked on that, and we've quite frankly felt frustrated, and our teachers do. Teachers need their prep time. Teachers need time at home. They need time with their families, and we can't expect them to work night and day, so we can't expect them to meet as a team if we can only get together by subject matters, and that's so important. And we want them to know that we recognize them as professionals, and we want to build them as professionals, and we want to build our skills. So our collaborative team time would focus on learning and adult and student learning, looking at the 4 questions that are constant focus. What skills should every student know? How will we know if the student has acquired essential knowledge? How will we respond when some students don't learn? How will we extend the learning for the students who are already proficient? Those are the 4 questions that we will have a constant focus on as we work through these PLC times. Over the past 2 years, we've recognized a lack of rigor for intervention plans. This will be an area of concentration as we strive to assist teachers in developing and implementing student intervention plans. We feel like it is very important for us to take the time to look at all students. It's not okay to have a percentage of students who are still not proficient, who are still we're not meeting their needs, and because it's only a small number, it's sometimes that we think we're doing pretty good. So our focus is to work on all students and to help kids develop personalized learning plans so that we can direct them into paths, because our goal is, at the end of that K-12 educational journey that we've had them with us, is that they go out into the world ready for college, the workplace. Some may go into the military service. Some may work in vocational educational programs. But that is our goal, is that we create a program that works to serve all students in the K-12 profession and the K-12 journey of their educational process. During these PLC times, our teams will be developing concentrated instruction to actually deliver in the classroom. We'll demonstrate proficiency through common assessments to determine the level of student learning. We will analyze the results to develop and activate intervention plans for struggling students. Through these collaborative teams, we'll be focusing on identifying ways that students make real-life connections to the standards, that they focus on how to create individualized student learning plans for themselves, that they learn to take responsibility. One of the things that we've been working on extensively is in our K-3 programs, we're working on core literacy and writing instruction. That is the foundation. If we do not meet the needs. And we have seen a reduction in our students that are qualifying for dyslexia interventions. We've seen a reduction this year in the number of students who are being placed in special education, and I think that is due to the core instruction. That has been hard work, and it continues to be hard work. One of the reasons that we need this waiver time is because we are struggling to find time for our teachers to actually progress monitor those students and work together in the planning of those interventions. And so, but we feel strongly, and as I know the state does through the RISE initiative, that the science of reading is essential to helping a student be successful. And if we're going to close the achievement gap for students, then we have to make sure that students have those skills, because as they get older, the gap gets wider. And then it's very difficult to come back. Looking in our 4 through 6 classrooms, there's an intentional focus on response to intervention. If we have students that have come from that 3rd grade, and we do now, we need to really intensify our intervention program so that when they leave 6th grade, they have those foundational skills. Moving into the 7th and 8th grade program, we need intentional focus on STEM initiatives. We know from looking at our test data that students, that is a variable that correlates with high achievement. STEM scores indicates to us, we've looked at students in lower grades and looked at their upper level scores, and that is a high correlation of achievement with the ACT, is that they have those activities, and we need to increase the rigor there at our 7th and 8th. And those are things that we'll be working on as we strive to create that viable, guaranteed curriculum for our students. We know that we have to create power standards. We know that we have to have common assessments. We've been working on that, but we have struggled. I'm going to tell you, we're not there yet. But we think this is the key to bringing all of this knowledge that we've been trying to acquire together. It's not really just training. We've had training in RTI process. We have worked through our cooperative at Arch Ford with simplifying RTI. Mike Mattis was one of the co-authors of that book. We have taken our principals leadership team to Little Rock to listen to Mike Mattis. We have scheduled, Paul Farmer is with Solution Tree. He will be attending our district on our preschool professional development days. We have an all-day scheduled with him to talk about the RTI process, PLCs, with our entire certified staff. We're committed to making sure that we provide our teachers the resources that they understand how to provide these tier interventions at 1, 2, and 3 levels. The time for us, we feel a sense of urgency. The time is now. We have struggled to implement an appropriate time, and what we realized is without that collaborative team time, we're going to continue to struggle. We may be able to get teachers out for half a day, but then they're missing their instruction time, and that doesn't happen on a weekly basis. And if there's one thing I've learned in the last few years is that you can work on implementing initiatives and progress monitor students, but if you only do it just every once in a while, it's not effective. It needs to be weekly, intentional, and our instruction needs to be intentional. Our lesson planning needs to be intentional. We're looking at our grading process. If we have students who are scoring A's in the classroom, they should be proficient on the standardized test. And I don't think that any of those issues are necessarily just limited to our district, but I think that that's something as an entire educational profession we are working to try to make sure. But going up to the 9th grade, we have a freshman academy there. Our focus is to start helping them to learn to take responsibility for planning their educational process and to bridge the transition to high school. There is a lot of advisory with those students working on student finance, personalized learning. We have a little advisory period during that day, and I think that's so important. And then in the 10th through 12th grade, our goal is to really give kids that opportunity to apply their knowledge. This is the time where our kids will need to really expand out there. Flex scheduling is something that I think is so important if we're going to meet the needs of individualized students. I would like to say, I think in the spring of 2016, I stood here before you with Arch Ford Cooperative and asked for a waiver. If I may, I would just like to share with you that we had 23 seniors this year that participated in that program that were at risk of not graduating, and there was a variety of reasons for that. We graduated every one of those students on time. I have had students say to me, I have some career goals now, I know what I want to do. It's been such a blessing that we had the waiver because those students just could not fit in a traditional day. But we've placed them in workplaces. We have students that are 18, they're on their own, and they've been able to live on their own in an apartment, get a job, and complete their high school diploma. And I think that is just something that I want to say thank you for that, because that waiver has helped us to change kids' lives. And we feel like this waiver is going to help us as professionals to learn together, to grow together, to look at our students individually, and to catch those students that need the assistance, but not only to do that, but to provide that enrichment for those students that need to be pushed to another level. And sometimes we get so focused in how do we help students that are not proficient? Well, what are we doing for students that are? We need to go to that next level with those students too. In our district, we're really focusing on our CTE program. Tonight we're going to meet with our community about a millage increase to possibly build a new CTE building and an auditorium, and we're so excited about that. But those are things that we believe as a district, we want to be a complete professional learning community, and that includes everyone in our district. This waiver will require the assistance of maintenance personnel. They will help us drive our buses on Wednesdays when we have some teachers that teach core subjects and drive buses. We've tried to think of all the anticipated barriers. We have after-school care presently available to students. For the younger students, we may need to provide some additional classified personnel to assist in those programs so that if kids need to stay there that day because their parents work, and most of our parents work in Little Rock or Conway or Searcy, and so we want to make this transition as smooth as possible, and we want our parents to know why we're releasing an hour early. Our goal is to educate our parents as to what's going on in the classroom. We are already bringing parents into our first grade writing celebrations, and parents are having the opportunity to sit down and read students' writing and look at the rubric, and we're trying to train parents as to how we're grading their writing and what they can do to help at home. And so we think this is an extension opportunity for us to visit with individuals and parents to help them understand what's going on during that PLC process time, because I think that's how you build a community for excellence. And we want our parents to say, well, our students are released an hour early, but we know what our people are doing. They're in there working to make sure that they provide every opportunity, and we also want them to be able to see the progress. And our goals through our strategic plan is that we have a 100% graduation rate. We want our students prepared to enter the next level. All students will read at grade level by the 4th grade, and I've kind of explained to you about the initiatives that we've been implementing for that. We do see this as a barrier. Time is a barrier. We feel like this is going to be so beneficial to helping us move that forward. The district also, it is our desire that we would score in the top 10% of schools in the state. We think that a growth mindset is essential from adults and students to help them reach the next level. And so in our district, we say good enough is not good enough for Vilonia students. We don't want to just be good enough. We want to be in that top 10%. We're not there now, but in 5 years, I hope I can come back and report to you and say we're in the top 10%. And the reason we're asking for this waiver is because it's not just enough, and I think we do this in education. We train teachers and we spend lots of money on professional development. But what about implementation? And that's what we're asking for, is a chance to receive this waiver so that we can implement all of these things that we've been trying to put together. And we think this is key. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Riggins, and thanks to both you and Dr. Stevens for laying out your vision. I'm going to start, I'll just start over here with Ms. Zook and see if you have any questions about this request.
Well, I had questions about your logistics, but you covered that for me, because I thought, well, we got a bus kid and we got, but thank you for covering that. And also, what I would encourage, if you got this waiver, is to talk with the other districts, particularly those of similar size, that aren't going to do this waiver, and how they're going to work it into their schedules too, because you may find that all this planning was great, but it didn't work out as great as we planned. So I encourage you to do that as well. But yes, it was the logistics that I was, which is your issue, not mine, but I always wonder how you're going to do it when you let out an hour early. Thank you.
Ms. Dean? Okay. Ms. Rice? Anything?
Just you had laid out, and again, to join my colleagues in celebrating your laying out of a wonderful vision of what you want to accomplish. And you talked about, wanting to be able to bring parents into this process. So I was just wondering, have you consulted with parents already and or your teachers about this, and what kind of feedback have you gotten from the community?
We haven't talked to our parents as much. We have a few parents, but not at the depth that we feel like we need to. So our plan is that if we receive this waiver, then we will go to work with that. And we'll start promoting now that, hey, our district will be releasing. We'll send out surveys. What are your needs? What do you see issues that you will face, so that we can prepare better before school starts on that first day. We know that we may have to tweak some things. As things come up, we may have to make some modifications to try to assist parents. We have talked to our teachers. Each year I survey teachers and ask them, about curriculum needs and how can we serve better. Every year since I've been the assistant superintendent, they beg for time to collaborate. And the days that we have had some professional development days and we're able to allow students, our teachers, 7-12 to work together in subject contents, we have seen great benefits from that. And so I think I just talked to some teachers this week about it, and they were just so excited. And I also feel like it's recognizing teachers as professionals, and it's also saying we recognize that you need time. And sometimes it's not a respect of their profession when we expect them to continue to add more and more and more and be successful, but we don't offer an opportunity for them to actually do the work. And they have families and they have a life, and we know that to build a sustainability program, people will wear out after a while, and they may be able to stay and work late nights on their own for a while, but that is generally not sustainable.
Commissioner Key?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stevens, Mr. Riggins, when about 2 weeks ago, a number of members of the AD team went to a Solution Tree gathering down in Atlanta. There's some legislators that went, really about, as you probably are aware of, the PLC initiative that we have the pilot and we're considering applications now. One of the things that kept coming up was, there were two things. One was the PLC Lite, that it's known as, where folks say, oh yeah, we use PLCs, and really it's just glorified faculty meetings. They don't really do the deep dive in the data. And the other thing was, we had an opportunity to have a rather large state-focused discussion with all of the districts that were represented. And I posed the question, okay, how do we balance this issue with the statutory requirement for 200 minutes planning for the teachers versus that collaborative time? And as you can imagine, I got a lot of different thoughts on that. And just talk a little bit, because I think it goes to a broader audience than just your waiver, of how you may have tried to do that collaborative time previously, and then the concept of what you're trying to do now, which is beyond the PLC Lite. You're really trying to do everything that, the Marzano Research, Matos, all those guys, that they say this is the way that needs to be done effectively. Either one of you, it's fine.
Well, as far as what we've done in the past, we have a benefit in our district that we're on block scheduling, and so getting the required minutes of teacher prep time is not an issue, because we have that required time, but then they have extra time depending on when their prep period is. The issue, though, is orchestrating a master schedule to where all the math teachers are off the same hour and all the literacy teachers are off the same hour. And in our district, like we've tried that. We got 10th grade literacy teachers common plan last year, and we've seen some increase in writing, in our writing scores. And last year we also made a commitment. Mrs. Riggins and I were having a conversation about how can we empower teachers to fulfill what we're requiring of them as far as looking at the data, examining our instructional practices, aligning our instruction and our curriculum implementation with the standards that we have. And we determined at that point that we need to put some money in it. And so we started bringing in subs. We would say, okay, on this particular day, we're going to have subs for all the math department, and this is your day. And while there was benefit to that, there was also some negative. The negative was that you can't do it often enough. Another negative is that you're taking away instructional time, because even though we may have exceptional substitute teachers, it sounds cliche to say, but it's true. There is no substitute for a quality teacher. And so those are some of the things we've accomplished in the past. You mentioned Marzano, and one of the things that we were just talking about this morning on the way here, one concept that Marzano stresses over and over again in all of his research, and what works for high schools, what works for schools, and even his more recent research, is there are all these dynamics in place that come together for student achievement, but the most significant one is quality of instruction. It's not class size, it's not even facilities, it's not even necessarily instruction time, but it's when you have those students in there, what kind of quality do you have? And so I feel like I'm kind of dancing around your question a little bit, but that's kind of where our passion is right now. Is we have this year, at our June board meeting, we added another instructional facilitator, because we currently have 2 instructional facilitators for the district. And when I asked the board to approve that 2 years ago, I said, fasten your seatbelts, because I'm going to be coming back to you for more. Because if we're going to ask the teachers to be responsible for board more, then we've got to provide the resources for that. So we've implemented instructional facilitators, not to the extent that we need to. But what we're looking at right now is teacher time, and protecting teacher time, and also valuing teacher time. And so, that's where we see the benefit of, yes, we are going to have on that particular Wednesday when we have an early out, we're going to have an abbreviated schedule. We're going to take those 60 minutes, and we're going to adjust the schedule to where all of that doesn't come out of one class period. So that we can protect that instructional time as well. But I truly believe, without a doubt, that even though there are there's some expense to doing this, the benefit of having professionals together in their content area or in their grade level, looking at student data, comparing that student data to what our objectives are, and then looking at what am I doing in the classroom that's impacting that, we are going to get enough bang for our buck out of that will offset anything that might be a negative to that.
I think if I could address elementary, I'll give you one example. Our teachers get a 40-minute prep. And then, to try to get teachers in, they need that time. But if you're going to have a data wall meeting, it's just a rush in and a rush out. And it seems like that's where they've really struggled. And we hear that constantly. And we really are not allowed to take prep time. So in our elementary, they would have like a 40-minute prep with one time a week. And so we could do that, but it's not effective like we want it to be. And they are asking for that. They feel a lot of stress in that area, and we feel stressed because we feel like we can't really get to the next level because we can't get enough time to complete the work.
Mr. Black?
You guys, I want to thank you for the report you've given us. It's been concise and good. You stated in 5 years you will be in the top 10% in education in Arkansas.
That's our hope and our goal.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
Great, thanks. Ms. Chambers. Mr. Williamson? Ms. Newton?
They already touched on my questions. I had some logistics questions, and then the parent question. I still, I wish you had done the parent work ahead of time to make sure that they were on board, but I encourage you, there's not a lot of time between now and time school starts, that if you get this waiver, do a good job in your community getting out the word about the early release, because, you know, parents can't make arrangements, you know, overnight. Sometimes it takes weeks to make an arrangement, and you know, and then I applaud your efforts of thinking ahead, of realizing that there may be a kindergarten student or an elementary student that may not be able to go home on Wednesdays at the regular time. The question on that end would be those students that are staying late because they don't have anyone at home. How will you get them home? Will you have an extra bus route? Have y'all thought about that, or?
I think those are things that we've talked about, but when we could get a clarity on the needs, then we would try to make adjustments for that. Like, we've had one question come up already from a parent about a special needs child they might need, and we've talked about how we might utilize some of those aides to assist with that, and even our director said, you know, we might be able to run a bus at that point. So we're willing to look at what we need to do to serve our kids.
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Great. And I want to applaud the spirit in your presentation of respect for teachers as professionals, and also the notion that teachers have to balance their teaching lives with the other aspects of their lives. And so I really appreciate that in your presentation. So thank you very much for that. Any further questions or comments? All right, I would invite a motion on this. Let me ask Ms. McLaughlin. This one's a little complicated. It's a different format than we usually have. Should we take this as a single because they're intertwined? Does that make the most?
Yes, they all fall under flexible schedule.
Okay, so they're all under flexible schedule. Okay, so I would invite a motion on this waiver as several waiver requests.
I move that we accept the waiver request presented by Bologna Public Schools.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Reith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, congratulations. Thank you all, and good luck. All right, our last item from the morning agenda is our last 1240 waiver request, and this comes from the Woodlawn School District. Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. We do have the final school from the Southeast Co-op that has come forward today with petitions for waivers in teacher licensure and library media. Their 90 days will expire on September 6th, and they have requested for 5 years. I will be passing out a packet that is going to be used for the presentation for the Southeast Co-op presentation for Woodlawn School District. It is the same presentation that has already been uploaded into your board packet, and we also have it available for a multimedia presentation as well. Today we have Karen Oath, Southeast Arkansas Education Service Co-op Director, Dudley Hume, Superintendent, Jeff Wiley, the high school principal, and Janelle Davis, elementary principal. And you will want to swear all of those in.
If anyone who's planning on offering testimony this afternoon will stand and raise your right hand. Thank you all. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Thank you very much. And Ms. Elf?
Chairman Barth and members of the board, I've been before you before. This is the 4th time. This is the final school in the Southeast Co-op. Woodlawn is now eligible.
Could you move to the microphone?
Woodlawn is now eligible for Act 1240 waivers, and that will mean that all 14 of our schools would have waivers. And again, it is the same report. I will not go over it in labored detail, but I will remind you that based on the teacher recruitment and retention research report of April 12, 2016 bears out everything I'm about to tell you in general terms, that we do in our area of the state have the greatest decline in the number of teachers that are traditionally licensed. We do have the lowest salary schedule in most of the state. We do have the lowest number of college graduates that can quit their jobs and enter a alternate program. Although we encourage all alternate programs, most of our college graduates, because of the economic disparity, cannot afford to quit their job, and gamble on passing a praxis test to thereby enter a MAT program or an alternative program. So that renders us with a declining enrollment of number of eligible licensed teachers. The MAT program at UAM, as you know, is a great supplier, and the Apple programs are great suppliers of our teachers. We depend on them heavily, but the roadblock to that is without the Act 1240 waivers, they cannot be hired until they have a professional license, a provisional license. They cannot get a provisional license until they pass the praxis exams in their content area. So we are roadblocked. So the reality of the teacher shortage in Woodlawn, which is a small rural district of 576 students, 42 teachers, is best shared by an actual real-life scenario that happened in April. In April, the K-12 music teacher, which services the district, let it be known that she was retiring. She had been in the position for 24 years at Woodlawn, and she had a total number of teaching years of 31. And so after extensive advertising, recruiting, begging, pleading, talking with everyone possible, 5 candidates were found. 3 were from Arkansas and 2 from other states. The first fully licensed candidate was from out of the area, but came to an interview and accepted the position verbally, accepted the offer, and was hired at the very next board meeting. But before a contract could be issued, the teacher received another offer from a larger district at a higher starting salary and rescinded to accept that offer. The second fully licensed music teacher was then recruited, verbally accepted the offer, but then rescinded as well when the larger district where she lived needed a music teacher and she was hired. The third Arkansas candidate recruited Googled the information and would not even come for an interview after finding out that Woodlawn was indeed a rural area and that the starting salary at that time was $32,000. The fourth candidate from Oklahoma and the fifth candidate from Texas stated, and I'm sure after using Google, they would not move to the area because of the low starting salary and the lack of apartments in this community, because this is a community, not even an organized town, and the lack of recreational activities. The K-12 music teacher position is still open, and there's no one in sight for this position. The teacher shortage impact in the Woodlawn School District has also affected their accreditation as well in the area of hiring an additional part-time library media specialist. At this point, if they go over 300 in each building, they have to hire a part-time library media person. I will tell you, it is harder to find a licensed library media person than it is a K-12 music person. They do have a fully licensed library media person at this time in the district and will do all they can to keep that person. The waivers we requested here today will allow the school district to fill classrooms with a highly qualified person with a passion for teaching and a commitment to be a teacher. We will also put them in the same program and support them in the same manner that we have with the other 13 school districts. We will track their progress just as we will report to you on the second year and the fourth year how these teachers are doing, how many have become licensed, whether these teachers are comparing to their peers or an average, below average, or above average teacher, as Dr. Barth explained to us. We will follow that up. We will support them with mentors. We also have incorporated into our mentoring program at the co-op that any Act 1240 teacher that is hired will be required to have Proethica online training. We will not forget our promises, and the goal is the same. We will not use this unless we have to. And in fact, there were 4 openings that desperate opens at the high school that the high school was facing: math, science, special education, and English. The special education and English has been filled. We will not divulge their names because we don't want any rescinding. We will not, under promise, we will not reveal their names, but they have been hired. But we still need a K-12 music, we still need math, and we still need science. And there are no licensed teachers that we can find. So if you will allow Woodlawn these waivers, we will hire only when needed, the opportunity to hire the highest qualified college graduate we can find. We will support, mentor, guide, and train them, and we'll start their journey toward becoming a licensed teacher, because we don't want them just for 1 year. We want them for a lifetime of teaching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay. Is that the entirety of your presentation? Okay. I'll start. Ms. Newton, have any questions? Ms. Chambers, Mr. Black, Sook, Ms. Dean? That's right. All right. I think you've heard them before. Yes. So thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion now we have historically, you're speaking for the co-op.
And for this district.
But the superintendent is here, and so
Yes.
I'm seeing could you just come to the microphone and just state your name and say that you...
Dudley Hume.
You are
Superintendent.
making the request on behalf of the district.
You saw me last month.
Yep,
And,
indeed. All right.
And I guess we didn't try all our angles, because is there anybody in the room or on the board that is fully certified in the areas we need? We would love to visit with you after the meeting.
Ms. Chambers is a very talented teacher, singer, as is Ms. Dean, so that we got some musicians up here, but that's...
And this isn't band, right? This is music appreciation or music? Okay.
All right. Great. I will invite a motion on this waiver request.
Mr. Chair, if we can take both waiver requests together, I believe there's teacher licensure and the media specialist, but I move to grant both waivers for both the media specialist and on teacher licensure.
Okay, and is everyone fine with doing this as a combo? Okay, thank you, Ms. Reith. Thanks for correcting me. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Reith, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign? All right, thank you all. Thanks again for being here. Okay, a bit of housekeeping about the afternoon. We're now moving into the afternoon session. I remind everyone that item 1A has been pulled. I also want to let folks know that we do have a request for public comment on an item not on the agenda, and so that request to hear public comment would come at the end of the agenda. I also wanted folks to know that Ms. Hope-Allen will not be able to be here tomorrow. She has the report on tomorrow's agenda on the 2016-17 state assessments. And so after we adjourn, I would request that we go ahead and hear that report today. We'd hear that report, and then I'm feeling pretty good about time. We'll move into the work session as planned. So that's kind of the game plan for the afternoon. Okay? All right. I've asked Ms. Davis to give us an overview of the complexity of school choice And of course, that we have a season in which we deal with a lot of these issues, but it's been a while. And so she's going to remind us and refresh our memories on the various school choice issues that we're going to deal with today.
Okay, good afternoon, Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. So you originally had 2 opportunity school choice. The first one, like you said, has been pulled, so you will only hear 1 opportunity school choice appeal today. And because of the complexity of this compared to the Public School Choice Act, we both have a 2015 and a 1989 appeal. I will just cover opportunity school choice until we get to the others, if that's okay with you. Okay, so the Opportunity School Choice Law allows a student who attends a school or a district that has been classified in academic distress to transfer to a school or district that is not. The limitations come for capacity, which is at 95% according to our laws. One of the issues that you will deal with in this case is the fact that there is a statement in the law that says if there is a provision of a federal desegregation order that conflicts, then the order governs. So that's how. Does anybody have any questions about just the law generally in and of itself? Okay, so this first one you're going to hear is for the Foster family. The family appeals the decision of the Spring Hill School District to deny their child a transfer. The transfer was denied by Spring Hill on the assertion that Hope School District, who is classified, not the district, but the Hope High School, is in academic distress, but their assertion that they have a conflict with the desegregation court order. The procedures that you'll follow is that anyone wishing to provide testimony, with the exception of attorneys, will need to be sworn in. The non-resident district will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement to you, followed by 5 minutes from the parent. Followed by 20 minutes to make their entire case by the non-resident district and 20 minutes by the parent. You can ask questions of anybody that you may wish to ask questions of the department or anyone else that you feel has information. The resident district, Hope, is here today, and they don't have an official time. Traditionally, what you've done in the past is allow the non-resident district to share that time with the resident district. But that is up to your choice and how you allot that time, and you can always give more time as necessary.
And just to reaffirm, 5 minutes for the non-resident district, 5 minutes for the parent, 20 minutes for the non-resident district, 20 minutes for the parent.
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, you can adjust that as you see fit.
Okay, great.
I have a
Thank you.
question before
Questions on
she.
the procedure? Yeah, yes, sir.
Can you tell me whether or not Hope has complied with the Section 5.0 reporting requirements?
Oh, of the standards for accreditation?
No, on
the rules. Okay, hang on.
Yes, on rules.
I'd have to verify. We'd have to ask them, and I'd have to check with somebody in our research and technology department to see what reports are available. I couldn't say right off the top of my head.
Okay, would you find that out for
I sure
us,
will.
please? Thank you.
All right. Yes, so I think the attorney for the Hope District, is now the appropriate time to answer that question, or do we want to deal with that
I think that
later?
it'd probably just be, you could deal with it all at once, just so that way it's not a constant, and I'll find out, and then they can be able to respond as well. I can say what we have, and they can say what they've done, but I would go ahead, and it'd probably be best to swear everybody in and just start this procedure.
Okay. So for all non-attorneys, if you will, who plan to offer testimony in any way on this case, and this is the Foster appeal, please raise your right hand. And repeat, or excuse me, not repeat. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. All right. And so we will start with the Hope District, the non-resident district, with 5 minutes.
Well, I represent Hope. I represent the resident district, but I just had a procedural question. Ms. Davis mentioned that historically the non-resident district has shared time with us, and that wasn't my understanding of how it's operated in the past. Now, I think this is my third one in as many years, and traditionally the non-resident district hasn't had very much to say they're usually wanting to accept the transfer, if not for our deseg order. But I think the board has allowed me the courtesy of treating me like a party and giving me my own 20 minutes, even though the rules don't address the resident district as a party to this type of appeal. So I would ask the board's permission for that same courtesy this time.
All right. And Ms. Davis, would that be your interpretation as well?
I don't think that you guys have treated the resident district as a party. The situations that we have seen in this instance have been that, as she stated, the non-resident district has not necessarily had an issue, and so they have, waived their time in order for the resident district to take that. It is not treated as a third party according to the rules, but there is flexibility for allowing additional time as necessary.
Right, okay. So in essence, we will have 5 minutes for the districts, 5 minutes for the parents, 20 minutes for the districts, both resident and non-resident, and then 20 minutes for the parents. Is that appropriate?
Correct.
Okay. So,
If I may, Mr. Chair, would we pause just for a moment so our Teacher of the Year, Courtney Cochran, could come and take her place at the table?
Great. Welcome, Ms. Cochran. And apologize to the folks who are holding here, but thank you. Welcome so much. Welcome to your first meeting. And for those who, I think we've all met Courtney at some point, but she is, of course, Arkansas Teacher of the Year 2017, but she is also a Spanish teacher at Van Buren High School, where she's been for nearly 10 years. And so congratulations on this. And we'll give you a second, but I want to, on behalf of the board, in addition to welcoming you, I really also want to say to you that while you're not a voting member of the board, you are a fully voiced member of the board, and your voice is crucially important. And so we encourage you to ask questions, make comments, engage in debate. And your voice is incredibly valuable in the year ahead. And so welcome, and we look forward to getting to know you in the year ahead. So if you'd like to make an opening comment, that'd be great.
Yes, I would. I just want you all to know that thank you. Okay. I am so thrilled and so honored to be here. It's just an incredible thing that we do here in Arkansas to allow teachers to have this representation on the Board of Education. I have learned through my travels with the other State Teachers of the Year just how fortunate we are here in Arkansas. And so I am just so excited to take advantage of this opportunity and to get to know you all. Thank you so much.
Great. Welcome. All right. Okay. So we will proceed with the districts.
Commissioner Key and Board of Education and Teacher of the Year. I'm Sharon Street, and I'm here for the Spring Hill District, and Angie Rainey, the superintendent, is also here to answer questions, whatever. Spring Hill had a number of applicants this year for to transfer under 68227, the Academic Distress School Choice Statute. The district received applications from Hope, Blevins, Nevada County. The superintendent from Hope notified us when the superintendent notified him of the applicants that they were claiming that they were exempt from the school choice statute under because they had a desegregation order. Based on that communication from the superintendent at Hope, Ms. Rainey notified the applicants from Hope that we would not be accepting applications from Hope because of Hope's claim that they were covered by a desegregation order and were exempt. The particular student that has appealed that decision, and only one appealed, is from Taiwan, and he is coming to the United States to live with his aunt, who resides in Hope, and he is Asian, not African American or white, and he has never attended school in the Hope School District. So that is the appeal that's before you today. Couple of comments I would make is we had no notice from the school district last year that they were exempt under the school choice statute because of their desegregation status. And in looking at the order that they claim is a desegregation order, I don't view that as a desegregation order affecting student attendance, if that's the order they're basing their requirement on. But those are the basics of the appeal that's before you today. The Spring Hill School District would most definitely accept this student, but for the notice that they are exempt, and would accept several other students to the extent that capacity allows. So that is the basics of our position.
All right, thanks, Ms. Street. All right, so
This is Ms. Foster, who is Philip Lee's aunt.
great. And Ms. Foster, we will allow you a full 5 minutes in just a minute. I think Ms. Dean, would now be the time to allow the Hope District to also speak? Or should I?
You can allow them now at your preference, or, I mean, I think, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think that pretty much Spring Hill has pretty much told you the basis of their, arguments on why this appeal should be granted. So at that point, it would pretty much be the rest of the arguing would be from the Hope School District.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
you can correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Well, we don't want to give up an opportunity to respond to the
No,
Hope
of
School
course not.
District.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, but you have some flexibility, so that way nobody is denied their opportunity for you to hear them.
Okay, so without objection, I'm going to do it this way. I'm, of course, go ahead and allow Ms. Foster to speak. Then I will turn it over to the Hope District for up to 20 minutes, but we will certainly give you time as the non-resident district to conclude. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, and please do state your name for the record.
Cindy Foster. Cindy Foster. And I just
you,
want
Ms.
my
Foster.
nephew to come here, stay with me, go to school at Spring Hill District, because he never been to State of the school, so I just want he go to good school, because the Hope School is not quite that good right now, so I just want him to go to better school, that's all.
All right. Thank you very much. And we will have, of course, opportunity for questions at the end of all the testimony. Thank you very much. And so I will now, for 20 minutes, give the opportunity to the Hope District to make their case in this issue. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I've formally...
Also state your name for the record.
Well, I was about to say, I don't know if I formally introduced myself before. I've been up here before, but my name is Whitney Moore. I'm one of the attorneys for Hope School District. Chairman Barth, Commissioner Key, members of the board, and Teacher of the Year, thank you for having us this afternoon. Thank you for allowing us the time to speak. Our superintendent, Mr. Bobby Hart, is here with me and has been sworn. And he would like to speak about the opportunities available at Hope High School and can answer any questions about their current academic distress designation that the board may have. The Opportunity School Choice application filed by Ms. Foster was correctly denied by Spring Hill. And I'm going to give you some legal reasons why you should vote to deny Ms. Foster's appeal. The first is that Hope has a conflict with participating in Opportunity School Choice due to the provisions of a federal desegregation court order. The Opportunity Choice Act is clear that when such a conflict exists, the desegregation order, not the Opportunity Choice Act, controls. The second is that the State Board of Education plainly does not have the authority to interpret any judicial orders submitted by Hope. The board had some questions about this exact issue last year when Jacksonville, North Pulaski, and El Dorado school districts were involved in school choice appeals. 2 different federal judges ruled last August, and confirm that the state board is not the proper entity to determine whether a district's desegregation order conflicts with participation in choice. The third reason is Hope High's participation in opportunity choice last year illustrates a clear segregative impact. Mr. Hart was under the mistaken impression last summer that desegregation conflicts were applicable only to regular school choice transfers and not to opportunity choice transfers. That mistake led to the transfers of 16 students, only 2 of whom were black. This year, Hope received applications for opportunity choice transfers from 25 students. I believe 22 of those were to attend Spring Hill, only 1 of whom was black. Now, only 1 of those has been appealed. The rest were rejected by Spring Hill. The fourth reason is that Hope is exempt from participating in regular school choice due to the conflict between its federal desegregation court order and participating in choice. It stands to reason that a conflict with regular school choice due to desegregation obligations also conflicts with opportunity choice. Hope has previously declared their conflict with participating in regular school choice, and Hope has submitted to ADE all of the documents that statute requires. Hope has complied with all components of declaring a conflict under both the Public School Choice Acts of 13 and 15, as well as the Opportunity School Choice Act. So I'll come back to each of these points, but I wanted to give a little history about Hope's desegregation case and orders. Hope School District historically operated a dual system of schools for black children and schools for other predominantly white children. Other minorities, to the extent they were present in the area, were allowed to attend the white schools, hence the use of the terms black and non-black when desegregation issues are considered. I understand Spring Hill's point that this particular student is Asian, but for desegregation purposes, we're talking about children who would have attended the black school in the 50s or the predominantly white school, and Asian students would have attended the predominantly white school. Hope's first attempt at integration was adoption of a freedom of choice plan that allowed students to attend either the white school or the black school of their choice. After the U.S. Supreme Court found freedom of choice plans unconstitutional in Rainey versus Board of Education of Gould School District, an Arkansas school district, and after the Federal Department of Health, Education, and Welfare threatened to withhold federal funding for schools who continued to use freedom of choice as a desegregation method, Hope merged its black and white schools. Now, between this merger, which occurred around 1969 and 2013, Arkansas law restricted white students from residing in one district and attending school in another, whiter district. The most notable of these laws was the Public School Choice Act of 1989, which contained a racial restriction on movement but allowed integrative transfers. A court challenge of the 1989 Act's racial restriction in around 2010, 2011 is the Teague case, led to the passage of the Public School Choice Act of 2013, which has been amended in 2015 and 2017. The 13, 15, and 17 acts all recognize the possibility of school choice conflicting with the district's desegregation obligations. So back to my first point. The first reason you should deny the appeal is that Hope has a conflict with participating in opportunity school choice due to the provisions of a federal desegregation court order. The Opportunity Choice Act is clear that when such a conflict exists, the desegregation order and not the Opportunity Choice Act controls. That's Arkansas Code Annotated 6-18-227, subsection E2. The January 8, 1990 order in Davis states that the court enjoins, forbids, and restrains Hope from hereinafter engaging in any policies, practices, customs, or usages of racial discrimination in any of its school operations, including but not limited to student assignments. The consent decree also states that it is the intent of the decree to remedy past racial discrimination and prevent racial discrimination from occurring in the future. Hope has interpreted its obligations under the Davis orders as requiring the district to avoid taking any action the natural and probable consequence of which would be a segregative impact in Hope. Hope's enrollment is 46% black and 54% non-black. It is neighbored by Spring Hill, which is 0.3% black and 99.7% non-black. Blevins, which is 16.6% black and 83.4% non-black, and Prescott, which is 38.5% black and 61.5% non-black, also neighbor Hope. The natural and probable consequence of participation in school choice of any kind, given the demographics of Hope and its neighbors, is white flight from Hope to the surrounding districts. Now, Hope is very similarly situated to El Dorado School District. As I mentioned previously, El Dorado School District was the subject of a federal court order last summer entered by Judge Susan Hickey. Judge Hickey noted that El Dorado's desegregation orders were directed to the problem in the 1960s and 70s of segregation within a single district and not between multiple districts. Nevertheless, she determined that El Dorado had a continuing constitutional obligation to avoid doing anything that had a segregative impact within the district. She further found that participation in school choice would have such an impact, given the demographics of El Dorado and its neighbors, and Hope is no different. The second reason you should deny the appeal is that the State Board of Education does not have the authority to interpret the judicial orders submitted by Hope. I mentioned that there was a question about this issue last year when Jacksonville, North Pulaski, and El Dorado were here for their school choice appeals. It was debated exhaustively by this board. Y'all discussed it.
We're probably not done.
I understand. I mentioned then, and I'll mention again, the two attorneys' general opinions. One is from 2003, one is from 2015, that state that both the State Board and the Department of Education are not the proper entities to interpret these orders. I reviewed the transcripts of the State Board meeting from last July and note that the staff attorney, Ms. Freno, and Ms. Davis both made comments to the effect that their reading of the AG opinions were that the State Board was included when the AG referenced boards and commissions not having authority to interpret consent decrees, and that job should be left to the courts. Following that meeting, two different federal judges, Judge Hickey, as I mentioned before, in El Dorado, and Judge Marshall in the Pulaski County case, confirmed that the State Board of Education is not the proper entity to determine whether a district's desegregation order conflicts with participation in choice. I submitted Judge Marshall's opinion, but in his opinion, he also referenced the comments he made on the record at the end of the hearing, and I apologize for not submitting the transcript, but I would like to read portions of it, and I can submit it to the court reporter if she needs an exhibit or anything like that. But at the end of that hearing, when Judge Marshall granted Jacksonville's motion to enforce the settlement agreement and voided the State Board's decision to allow the transfer out of Jacksonville to Cabot, he said, and he was addressing Mr. Patrick Hollingsworth, who was there on behalf of the AG's office that day. He said, "Mr. Hollingsworth, our discussion about different kinds of disputes and where they might be decided, it is just unworkable to think that one of three decision makers," and he was talking about the State Board, a federal court, or a state court, "could be charged with construing the consent decree and the parties' agreement, depending upon what the disagreement was about. In my view, it's an all or nothing thing, and it's all in this situation. This court has the obligation to do the best that it can to construe this settlement and the related decree. It's just untenable to think that the State Board might have the final word on the decree in some disputes, and that this court might in some disputes, and that the state court might in some disputes." He goes on, "The potential, if you've got three cooks in the kitchen, Mr. Hollingsworth, the potential for them to be elbowing each other and having a conflicting view about what's on the stove and what goes in and what comes off and all of that is just too great. I just don't see it being workable." So I would suggest that this is determinative of the issue of whether the State Board should consider court orders and not just in the Pulaski County case. I think that was a question of law. I don't think that was solely applicable to Jacksonville. So I'll go on to my third reason. Hope is exempt from participating in regular school choice due to the conflict between its federal desegregation court order and participating in choice. It stands to reason that a conflict with regular school choice due to desegregation obligations also conflicts with opportunity choice. Hope has previously declared their conflict with participating in regular school choice, and Hope has submitted to ADE all of the documents the statute requires. Hope has not been declared unitary. The fourth reason is Hope High School's participation in opportunity choice last year illustrates a clear segregative impact. Now, Ms. Street mentioned that Hope High allowed opportunity choice transfers last year, and that's true. But after doing so, we realized that a 7-to-1 ratio of non-black to black transfers, and this year a 24-to-1 ratio. We don't see how we can participate in that and also comply with the Davis order that tells us not to engage in any policy, practice, custom, or other action that could lead to racial segregation. We don't think that we can do it and stay in the good graces of the federal court. So I'll close with Hope High School is 6.7 miles away from Spring Hill High School. And I understand Hope is on academic distress. Mr. Hart is here. He would like to speak about the gains they have made and the wonderful progress they're making. I'd also like to note that their designation as being on academic distress came from averaging 3 different tests, the benchmark, the PARCC exam, and the Aspire test. And I know there's a concordance score, and I know the department has come up with a way to make to say that they've justified all of these tests being the same, but I think that's definitely a special circumstance that shouldn't go unnoted. So again, I want to remind you how close these two schools are, less than 10 miles apart, yet one of them is 46.5% black. This is the high school in Hope. And the other, I actually ran out of time to do the percentage calculation, but there are 3 black students out of 279 total at Spring Hill High. So I want to ask you, if you grant this appeal, if you are okay in light of Judge Marshall and Judge Hickey's orders directing you in previous cases not to consider or not to construe federal court orders, are you okay with approving a transfer that would only increase the divide between these two schools that are so close? I don't know how much time I have left.
You have about 5.5 minutes.
That's perfect. I'd like Mr. Hart to address the high school's offerings and academic distress.
Yes, Mr. Hart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barth and Board, Commissioner Key. As a matter of fact, we'll be presenting tomorrow afternoon, so I ask our attorneys, please don't upset the board before we meet on Friday. But we feel like we've made some serious progress. Matter of fact, our own school improvement department here within the department was gracious enough to ask us to present at this past June's school improvement conference to show some of the steps we've taken as a district and how we've patterned what we believe ESSA would like to see in regard to school districts supporting individual schools in their improvement plan. So I think we've taken some major steps. Our test data from the high school was much like many of the schools in the states. We were stagnant in 1 grade. In 10th grade math, we were stagnant. We made some improvements in our ELA scores, and we're going to continue to make those improvements. I will add, Ms. Moore mentioned the timing of the testing and all. We're one of only 6 schools in the state that fell into the academic distress category without ever having the luxury or the warning of being an academic or a priority or focus school. There are only 6 of us that hit that. It's not a great group to be in, but we've accepted and embraced the fact, okay, we've got some instructional issues. I'll say this. We have some offerings in our high school that are not going to be found in any other school in our county and many in our region. We have one of the most robust concurrent credit programs that you're going to find. We partner with our local community college, and students have the opportunity right now to walk across the stage with a associate's degree and their high school diploma at the same time. Now, we're able to do this, and it's at no cost to the family. That's the beauty of the program. Right now, 85% of our student population is on free or reduced lunch, which means they qualify for Pell. Our community college is one of the only community colleges in the nation, but definitely one of the only colleges in the nation that has a pilot program for Pell. And so those 15% of the students that are not on free and reduced, our district picks up the cost of college credit hours. So our concurrent program is probably one of the most robust opportunities. We had, this is the first full year we were really operational. We had a young man graduate with 59 hours. The only reason he couldn't get to the 60 is because he waited until his 11th grade year to start the program. An Hispanic student that was at risk of failure when he was in the 9th grade. So I think we're making some progress. We certainly understand the dilemma that you all are under as board members, but we feel like if you uphold this appeal, we're going to continue to be segregative in nature. This will allow more of our white students a free pass to go out the door. We're not here to hold them and punish them by any stretch of the imagination, but we feel like we've got some good things going, good opportunities. 46% of our student population is African American, 32% of our population is Hispanic. We're at about that magic 20% level of Caucasian families. The impact that you're going to have by upholding this appeal is going to be Hempstead County will now have 2 completely separate school systems. That one is for the black families and one will be for white families. And I'm not prepared to be the person responsible for allowing that to happen. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Hart. And now I'm going to, we have 20 minutes remaining, and so I will go back to the Foster family, and then after that, give the Spring Hill District an opportunity for any comments they have.
Okay. I don't against Hope School because I have 3 kids graduate from Hope School. You know, I was hoping, I live in Hope for a long time, but I wanted the kids can go to better school because right now the school is not that great. I want he go to Spring Hill better school because, you know, I only take the kids to school. I have 2 grandkids to go to school down Spring Hill. So if that way, I can take it once so I don't have to go to Spring Hill, then Hope. You know, when you're getting older, you have to watch what you're doing. So, you know, I'm not that young. I'm 74 years old. So, you know, I had to take the grandkids to school. Then I'm going to take my nephew to school. If I go to Spring Hill and the Hope School, you know, that in the morning is busy. It can make it to school. That's all I want to just go to Spring Hill School. I don't have anything against Hope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And any closing comments from the Spring Hill District before we open it up to questions and comments?
I have a couple of points to make. Presumably, the legislature in enacting the school choice acts were advised and got good advice about the desegregation status and how to work that into the statutes. While I would agree that it's not for the state board to interpret a court order, I think that what you need to look at here carefully is what the School Choice Act in this particular circumstance allows, and then you need to look at what Hope is required to do. And what they're required to do is, under their deseg order, is not to take any action that promotes resegregation or promotes segregation. By resisting this transfer, they have done that. So they have met their obligation under their desegregation order by resisting this transfer. That does not mean that this transfer is illegal or shouldn't be granted. So I think you have to look at what they're saying, because what they're really saying is that you shouldn't do it, not that they shouldn't. I think they've met their obligation by notifying us that they have a problem and that they consider themselves to be exempt. Second point I would make is at the time that their desegregation case was in the forefront, when you talked about white and non-white, you were pretty much talking about black versus white students. Now then, the racial makeup of Arkansas, the nation, is significantly different. And when we actually look at the number of students that moved from Hope, white students that moved from Hope last year and this year, we're talking about really pretty significantly different numbers than what Mr. Hart recommended, and a couple of reasons for this. Number one, 7 of the students that are moved last year were non-white, but not black. 5 of the students this year that applied were non-white, but not black. And 5 of the students that applied this year were not coming from the Hope School District schools. They were coming from private schools. Last year, there were a few that also came from private schools. So when you're looking at desegregative impact, it's significantly less than what Mr. Hart has presented it as, simply because of the where those students are when they come. And obviously, this child is not going to affect the desegregation status of Hope, because he's never attended Hope to start with. So he's not going to be affecting the status. Now then, by the same token, the Spring Hill School District is very cognizant of Hope's position that they have desegregation problems, and we don't want to contribute to those. But if any student can move, then black students can move, white students can move, non-white but not black students can move. So I don't think anything that Hope is doing or Spring Hill is doing affects who can make the move. That is something that individual parents and their families are making about who moves from one district to another district. So once again, I think Hope's met their obligation under their deseg order by making this argument and by raising the issue with Spring Hill. Spring Hill has said, okay, we're willing for the state board to make that decision, and that's where we leave it with you. I would like to give the superintendent a minute to make any comments that I may not have made that she wants you to know.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angie Rainey. I'm the superintendent at Spring Hill. I believe that Ms. Street did cover everything that I wanted to go over. Our racial breakdown is 87% white, 13% of a different race. So again, some of the numbers are not exactly the way they have been presented. If every one of the applicants were accepted, or the 26 applicants for school choice, only 5 would have white students would have left Hope High School. And I know that may still be in conflict, but I'm just saying it's not the 25 or whatever, 24 that was said too. I mean, I just think we need to make sure that we're looking at all the right kinds of things. And we do offer a robust concurrent program too at Spring Hill. We do partnerships with the local colleges, and we also have students that are graduating with CNA and welding certificates and on their way to associate degrees as well. So we are very competitive in that area as well. But yes, and Miss Foster, her children do go to her grandchildren do go to Spring Hill. And she is not their guardian, but she is their caretaker during the day for their parents that work. And she has been down there for years, taking care of them. And she approached me a few months back asking about her nephew, about he was going to be moving in with her, and that he would be in the high school 10th grade, and could he come to school at Hope? And because of last year and not having any kind of word from the Hope School District that anything would change, then we kind of went together. I mean, they should. They're still on, believe, on academic distress. And I believe, had it not been for a courtesy of myself to email Bobby Hart and ask him, tell him that I had applicants for school choice for Hope High School again this year, and I was getting ready to accept them, the ones that I could, because we would have denied some because of capacity in some of the grades. I would have accepted them all, sent them like I was supposed to, the copies, and here we would, I don't know where we would be. I guess I might have been in a lawsuit, because that's what I was threatened with anyway, if I accepted any students from the Hope School District in the high school. So anyway, I want to do what's right for kids. I know we all want to do what's right for kids. He's coming from another country here to live. He's never been in the Hope School District, and even though I did appeal because of the desegregation, I would like for you to overturn it. But I want to do what's right for kids too, and I do not want to be in any type of a violation of their desegregation order, of course. I certainly do. I am a rule follower, want to follow the law. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Rainey. All right, and so I'm going to start with Ms. Reith and come around and see if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you. Actually, my first question is going to be for Ms. Davis in this regard, because I do believe this is the first time that we've had, at least since I've been on the board, a student, individual who's not in the district itself, but is coming in from another country. Does that make a difference?
The law's not clear. It doesn't say, I mean, it's not contemplated for those. All the cases, kids coming in from private school and things like that, it's unclear.
And then another question for you, Ms. Davis, just because I'm intimately familiar with the census and the debate around our Asian community, our Latino community, whether we're racially white or the categories in which we fit. This is one that our government is actually still fighting and working through in many respects. But in this specific case, I know that for my community, unless we have actual African descent, we are racially white, but we can list ourselves as ethnically Latino. That's been added to. But then with the Asian community, they're actually their own category. Asian, Pacific Island, and such, that's fits into the other category. So I don't know if within school law, education law here in Arkansas, if that's ever been delineated, our specific groups, or do we just align ourselves with the federal government in this regards?
The only thing that, I think that you would align yourself with federal government. I can't say that there's anything. I know that when you look at a lot of the reports for like student enrollment or by race, it is broken out by more than just, African American and white, but I don't know if that's just because that's what the box that people have checked or not. I couldn't say.
But then what Ms. Moore had said about black versus non-black, right. Is that stated? That is...
In the law, no. In the school choice, it just talks about if it conflicts with because there's no racial provisions in the opportunity school choice law. It just says if there's a provision of the desegregation order that conflicts, and that portion governs. And it's a portion of the opportunity school choice law. It doesn't necessarily say the entire law. It just says if any portion of it conflicts, but it does not have it actually specifically says that race cannot be a factor in a decision to deny a student.
With the exception, though, of the deseg order, correct?
Right. Well, it just said whatever the provisions are that would govern, yes. So if the provision of the deseg order dealt with race, then that provision would govern.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Those are my questions.
Thanks. Ms. Dean?
I think Ms. Davis.
She's more comfortable, she is.
I think I'd like a little bit more clarification on the point that Spring Hill brought up about Hope fulfilling their portion by rejecting the school opportunity choice.
Well, the appeal, a school choice application under Opportunity School Choice is submitted to the non-resident district. The non-resident district, how I have seen it, has been in communication or has been notified by the surrounding districts if there is any conflict, if they're not participating. Under other laws, there is a percentage cap or things of that nature that they notify them and say you can't take that child. Now, there's no percentage cap under this law, but they are notified. So, the non-resident district has, been notified, and so, they fulfilled their part. They denied it. I mean, they could have accepted it, but they denied it and allowed it to come to you to make the final determination. They've both kind of completed their part.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Hook?
Okay, did you find the answer to my question?
They are looking it up right now.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a response.
And then to the superintendent of Hope, I'll wait till he gets to the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Your board has not chosen to appeal to the courts for unitary status. Do you know what their reasoning is?
We don't feel like we're unitary in nature in every aspect.
Okay. And I guess also, I agree that this is similar to what Judge Hickey decided, but the other instance in Judge Marshall, which was heavily related to today, Judge Marshall went to the agreement between Pulaski County, Little Rock, North Little Rock, and the state. In that agreement where Mr. Guest and the other superintendents had said we won't be forced to participate in choice until we decide to. And it's my understanding from the paper, Mr. Guest can answer me, that they're going to participate in choice in 1819. Is that correct?
That's what the board is indicating.
Right. So under Judge Marshall, it would seem like he adjudicated based on the agreement that those guys reached to get out from under DSEG. Now, Hickey, I totally, completely agree, but based on the other and it seems like if you're under Judge Hickey with El Dorado, that was a decision based purely on El Dorado and the court case and DSEG and all of that, and like you say, you don't believe you are unitary. But I think to use the Judge Marshall argument probably is not the argument that would convince me at this point. So just,
I don't know if that's a question, but we hire attorneys to make arguments for us. So.
I do. No, I don't need any more answer. Thank you.
Just curious, what school does this boy want to go to? Spring Hill. Thank you.
Mr. Williamson?
I better not. I'm just going to use it back, I think, from this.
Okay. Ms. Newton? Okay. Ms. Crockett? Okay. All right. Mr. Commissioner.
Ms. Davis, Ms. Moore has told us about the Judge Hickey's ruling, but what was the state's argument in that case?
I don't think the state didn't have a part in that.
So it was a unilateral
Absolutely.
Presentation to the judge, and the judge agreed. So can you make an assumption, a blanket assumption on all cases based on that type of situation?
No. In fact, Ms. Zook pointed it out, the El Dorado and even the 8th Circuit, those were all individual districts, their own consent decrees, their own agreements, and I don't think that you can make any assumptions, anything, because all of those are unique, much like Hope's desegregation order is unique to their situation.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. I mean, I think all 9 of us or 8 of us have been here before. And so I will invite a motion, but then I think we also probably need to do a roll call on this. Yeah, we're on the same page, literally. All right, I will invite a motion in either direction. Either a proper motion would be to either accept or to deny the appeal.
I do agree with the Spring Hill attorney's presentation that Hope did meet their requirement to object. However, I believe that in this instance that to allow an Asian child to go to school where he has relatives, and because Hope is currently and hopefully not for long in academic distress, I think that that would meet the spirit of the law, and so therefore I move that we grant the transfer.
Second.
Further discussion before we move to a vote.
I guess I would just offer up, I'll obviously be voting no on this, but I just get challenged with us taking some authority in this matter and playing the role of the courts. But I know I've iterated that before, and it'll continue to be my position in this regards.
I think the difference is we're not taking anything from the courts, but in the law, it allowed the parent to make an appeal to us. And if there is no point in them coming to us, then we need to change the law that says they can make an appeal to us. So I think as long as the law says they can appeal to us, that behooves us, right or wrong, to make a decision and give the parent some guidance from the board that looks over the education of all the students in the state.
I think my response would be, I mean, I think we did have two court rulings, and I understand every case is different, but those two judges were quite clear in terms of the limitations of our interpretive responsibility and power, no matter what the appeal process is, and so. That it felt as though, and we've had a series. Obviously, we've been doing this a while, and the court, there has been a great deal of consistency. And my view would be that consistency may change, and future courts may go a different direction. But it starts to feel like a very clear pattern of decision making.
I just want to point out, I know that there had been a lot of discussion about who gets to make the decision, and one of the documents that was presented by Hope School District is the 2003 Attorney General's opinion, and there is language in there that suggests that a state administrative agency does not overstep their bounds in making a decision when there is other evidence to support the decision that's not based solely on the desegregation orders. And in this instance, that evidence would be the fact that there was 16 transfers last year. So, I don't know that changes it, but just so that way, I know that there's been a lot of concern. So I just want to remind you guys of that language in case you haven't read it in a while.
Thank you. All right, ready for a vote? Okay, call the roll.
So for the first time in over a year, Ms. Reith?
No.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
No.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
So 5 yes, 2 no's.
All right, thank you. All right, congratulations to Ms. Foster, and we are maybe take a quick break. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 2:45, and we'll move to the next school choice case. call us back. I need a microphone. I'll call us back to order, and I will slow talk this, so Ms. Davis has a chance to get to the microphone. And we are now moving to the School Choice Act of 2015, and Ms. Davis will prepare us.
Okay. So the procedures that you're going to follow for this will be the same. As far as the non-resident district, will have 5 minutes to open, followed by the resident district, and then 20 minutes and 20 minutes. The Public School Choice Act of 2015 is a little different. It is available to all school districts, all students in all school districts. The capacity is set at 90%. Not 95 like Opportunity, and the school that they're coming from doesn't have to be in academic distress. So there's a little difference there. The family is here, as well as the non-resident school district. Blevins, the resident school district, they had their superintendent called. They had Tier 1 training today, and they said it's the only one in their area, and they really needed to be at it. So they just wanted to let you know that they have no objections to the transfer. They said that this has actually been the second time that the child has been rejected for school choice, second year in a row, and that they actually, the family lives remarkably closer to the Prescott School District than they do to the Blevins School. But so they just wanted me to let you know that, and that they have no objections, but they will not be here.
Great, thank you very much. So if I could ask anyone who plans to testify either on behalf of the school district or the family, if you could please stand. Appreciate it. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. So I will now turn it over to the non-resident school district. The resident school district. I apologize. Yes.
Prescott School District,
Yes.
yes, sir. My name is Heather Hedman. I am the special ed supervisor for the Prescott School District. And
And you have 5 minutes for this opening.
Okay.
And then you will have additional time later.
okay. Basically, I look at for special education services, and I write a letter to the superintendent at the end of the school year. I'm sorry. Based on current enrollment, if any student were to transfer, whether regardless of the district for school choice, we have classrooms that provide special education services, and if we have any that are at 100% capacity or 90 or above actually, then I make him aware of that. And in this case, as it stands, the child that is transferring is going to be in the 6th grade, and right now he would attend the building that houses 5 through 8. And I have 2 classrooms in that building, one that primarily services 5th and 6th grade, and then the other classroom primarily services 7th and 8th graders. And at this time, in Standing Point, both classrooms are at 100% capacity under IDEA federal guidelines. And so I sent that letter, before any decisions were made. And that is why we rejected it, because in the case that we have any more students, we will have to hire another teacher at this time. And so that was why we rejected the school choice application. So,
All right.
thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to hold off on questions until we finish the testimony. Is that all right, Ms. Zook?
Yeah, I was just getting my microphone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. And so I will now turn it over to the family to make your case. And you have 5 minutes now, but then later on you would have additional time as well.
I'm Jessie Child's grandmother. We live in Emmett. We live 11 miles from Prescott School District. We live 28 miles from Blevins. He's in special ed. He has anxiety about going to school. He's been on homebound for 2 years, so he hasn't had the social skill, you know, the being with children, and that's one of his lowest disabilities. So he's been tested at UAMS for the last 28 days. That is his lowest score. He averages second grader. So everything is from 8 years old to down to 2 years old. And so, so I'm here to ask that he be granted the ability to go to Prescott.
Right. Thank you. And so I'll turn it back to the school district. You have up to 20 minutes, and then we'll come back to the family for any additional response.
I don't know what else to say except that we just rejected it, just not based on disability or anything of that nature, but just that we were at full capacity at this point, and in doing so, we will have to add additional staff members. And I know that's part of the law, and it also is in our school board policy adopted a school choice policy, and it also reads in there.
All right. I'm sure members will have questions for you in just a minute, but I want to give the family any time you want to close for your case.
I understand their point, but with Jesse, he needs that social interaction. He doesn't know how to act around other children. And since the past 2 years at Blevins, he has been sent home. This past year, he went 8 days of the school year. That's it. We did it homeschooling. We did school on the computer, which, he's a second grader in math, fifth grader in reading, so that didn't work out so good. So I don't know if they haven't quite figured out how to help him. But now they've diagnosed him as autistic, which is, very, he doesn't adapt to change, and he's in a classroom with 1st through 6th. So, with special ed children, if you have 6 kindergartners and 1 4th grader, you're not going to have the time to just sit right there with him. With Jesse, you have to be right there with him at all times. I mean, he can't move from this section to this section without someone taking him. So I don't know what the school's not doing right, because I haven't been there but 6 days of the school year. Even when she comes to the house, she can't get him to listen to her. I don't know if it's because he's had such bad experience at Blevins. Because with autistic children, they don't understand that you have to go sit in this chair when you're told to. So I'm not sure what the school's doing wrong, because the first 2 years he did great, but the 4th and 5th grade, not so well. So I'm not sure what they're not doing right, but I know it's not working. And she says, I'm getting older. And compared to 11 miles and 28 miles, if he does have a major meltdown, it takes me a lot longer to get to Blevins than it would to get to Prescott. And then he'll be that much more agitated. I mean, he's broken the school window before I could get there. He's kicked the teacher before I can get there. I just think that extra 30 minutes that it takes me to get there, he's wound up. So I appreciate the time, and I hope you grant my request.
Right. Appreciate so much your dedication to your grandson. I'm going to start with questions for either party. I'll start with Ms. Chambers and go around. Do you have any questions?
Just a question for the district. You may have said this, and I apologize. So where are you based on the 90% capacity?
Yes. We're actually at 100% capacity for both the classrooms in that building.
And do those classrooms and those capacities relate specifically to a child with special needs, or that's not how the law is written?
Yes, they are both special education classrooms. Yes, and so those are the teachers that we have that would provide those services for students in the special education. Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, any questions?
I was going to say, why don't they transfer to Hope?
Microphone.
I was going to say, why don't they try to transfer to Hope, but that won't work either. I don't have any questions right now.
Ms. Newton?
You said you were at 100% in both of your special ed classrooms. What are you going to do if one student moves into your district?
Well, possibly we would have to ask for a waiver, and it will depend, we'll have to make decisions at that time.
Would federal guidelines let you have a waiver for that? Would federal guidelines let you have a waiver for that?
You can apply for a waiver, yes, ma'am. You can apply for one.
Add a paraprofessional.
With the paraprofessional?
Okay.
With the paraprofessional.
Okay. If you ended up having to add any staff because of adding students at your district, would you be willing to take the student then?
If we had another teacher, if we were required to hire another teacher, possibly, yes.
You would be willing to take him mid-year or whenever it was?
If we had the capacity, yes, ma'am. If we, because we would at that point be able to service the child. Just right now, with our staff, we would not be able to service this child. And we're meeting right now for our current enrollment. Legally, we could provide services for all students that we currently have.
Ms. Davis, I saw you stand up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I was just going to be available to answer any questions. I think we were trying to listen to, we weren't sure, and that's why we were conferring whether or not this was a resource classroom or a self-contained classroom, because I think that plays a part into it as well as far as the variance.
Are they resource or self-contained?
Yes, they are both coded as resource non-categorical, and what that means is one teacher can have up to 25 students. She can service up to 25 students. Now, if you have a child who receives what we call self-contained minutes, which I think, as Grandma has says, that will be what her child will require, you can have up to 3 self-contained students in one of those classrooms allowed by the law. However, when you do that, the 25, each self-contained student counts for 2 students. So you might only could have 23 students on that case roll to be legal and to meet the needs of every child. And as I said, right now, our classrooms, we're at 100%, meaning that those teachers' caseloads as of now are, they're right there. So, there is a possibility we may have a student that might move away and may not return. And so, sometimes it shifts that first week of school. So,
thank you.
I'm going to ask on a related issue. So, do you have space in the grade, if the student did not need special ed services, would there be space in the grade to which he would be transferring? He would be choicing in?
You mean, would we have to add additional staff?
No, so assuming this child did not need special education services, would you have space for that child in the classroom associated with his expected grade level?
Yes.
Okay. And so how is not allowing the child, because he does need special education services, not discrimination based on special education?
Right. I don't know what his disability is. It's just based on the services in the classroom. It seems
to me that the law is pretty clear about not discriminating on the basis of special education needs, disability, and this does seem to be treating this child differently because of the special education needs than if this child lacked those same lacked those same the need for those services?
I'm just
Okay.
going by the law, just the.
Ms.
that-
Davis, do you
We're
have thoughts on that?
The law does say that you cannot deny a student based on their disability, but the law also says that they're not required to hire staff and allows them to make a policy for, when they have how they determine capacity at the grade or the program or the class size. And so while it does seem like it is somewhat in conflict, there is a balance there. And I think that the matter is that if, they have to hire staff or, they can request a variance or something like that, then it's not so much a matter that they would deny on the disability. Much like if, say, the child needed or could go in a mainstream classroom or a regular general ed classroom, and then they denied based on disability, that would be a clear violation. So I think it's a matter of whether or not they can provide those services based on the capacity of the resources that they currently have, whether it's space in a classroom or staff.
So how did the district know of the need based on the application itself?
Now, the application itself does have a little checkbox that says, does your student require special needs or something to that effect.
Why is it inappropriate to have that on the form if
well,
as a criteria?
I know that there are other districts that because oftentimes you don't know exactly what needs the student may have. Perhaps it's speech therapy, or there's a difference between those services and self-contained classroom, that some districts use that information and they will offer what would be a provisional acceptance based on an evaluation of the student, unless the student is coming from another district that they do have documentation or something of that nature. That's usually how it is.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cochran, any questions? All right, I'll come around. Ms. Wright, Ms. Dean, Ms. Sook.
Yes. I guess my question, and it's unfortunate that Blevins is not here, because I would wonder what the referral and placement conference, what the IEP said, and why Blevins is not meeting those needs, because other than if the child is sick, like physically sick, typically homebound is not in fact a category for which you can do placement. So my question is, can our special education department work with the grandmother and with the Blevins School District to see if we can resolve this for her pending the final results that come out of Prescott? I do understand the distance issue, but this is my wheelhouse, and for a district to require that a child be on homebound, and the special ed supervisor can nod to that degree, that's not a placement. Resource is a placement, self-contained is a placement, occupational, physical therapy, speech therapy, all sorts of therapies, but homebound, unless there is a physical ailment, is not in fact a special ed category for placement. So I think we need to talk with Blevins. I think we need the grandmother to get some help from, I don't know how the vote will go, but if apparently it will go against the grandmother, because Prescott does have a valid argument that they don't have space. But at the IEP conference, has that been recent enough ago that you recall what the placement recommendations and the services are? Yes, ma'am, I'm talking to you, sorry.
I'm having eye trouble, so I'm not sure who
Well,
you're...
that's okay.
Every year we have an ARD meeting. We had an ARD meeting at the end of this school year.
Yes, ma'am.
Their suggestion is that we start 1 hour a day till after the holiday, which is in September. But with Jesse, if you start out 1 hour, we're going to be doing an hour the rest of the year.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And Mr. Lee says that's the way it's going to be.
Uh-huh.
There's no arguing, no discussion, that's,
Yeah, I do know the
So-
federal courts have been pretty clear about this, in that they say you put them in the least restrictive and then pull back to a more restrictive if they can't perform. So to start at 1 hour a day would be in violation of IDEA.
well, I've done everything they've asked.
I'm not faulting you at all.
I've
concerned.
taken him to Pinnacle Point, we've been to Riverview, we've even been to the school over in Texarkana for behavior issues.
Right.
He cannot go to that school because of his learning disability, even though he can't behave at school.
Right.
They're saying he's a threat to other children. They're worried about the other student in the classroom, which he does get very violent at times. But I don't know if it's the anxiety that steps in or the way they're doing it.
Have they tried working with him with an aide specifically assigned to him?
I have asked for a one-on-one. Their one-on-one is, there's 2 aides in the classroom. The teacher, so he had an aide. He does not have an aide just for him. And she says, I don't think they're going to hire just an aide for him. But the UAMS is saying that's what he's going to need in order to go to school.
And that's what we want to provide him, is
I mean,
somebody waiting.
they haven't got this because I just got it this morning. We've just left that 28-day program.
Right.
So they haven't seen any of this. But the only thing is, Jesse's been there for 2 years, so now it's stuck in his head that's, the anxiety's going to kick in as soon as we hit the parking lot.
Yeah, I
You know, 'cause
totally
he's-
understand. I do.
I mean, I just don't know if I could get him to go into the school. Because we used to do homebound at the school, but now she's having to come to the house.
Right.
Because he won't go into the building. So I don't know what they're doing wrong, but
And
whatever they're doing is not working, so.
and we don't know. They may be doing everything they know to do and everything that they can do. I don't know
Because
that.
Mr. Lee sent the teacher, hand-delivered me the form that he filled out.
Right.
So I wouldn't have to come to the school with Jesse.
Yeah. Ms. Smith, can you respond to this?
Stacy Smith, Assistant Commissioner Learning Services. So our special education unit does have dispute resolution, and Jared Hogue is the person who needs to be contacted. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up contact information with Ms. Bostic, and we'll be in contact with her.
Yeah, and then
so
I'll
that we
see
can.
him next week because I'm on that committee.
Okay, excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
but not to make a decision. I'm not there, so just so anybody doesn't misunderstand that.
Right, but our unit would be happy to assist if she would like us to.
Yeah, just, see if there's something we can do for this child, or if everything's been offered, and, we'll have to.
And we do have a process in place that we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Black, do you have any questions? Okay. Any additional questions on this case? Ms. Reith, are you? Thought I was seeing a question on your on your face. Okay. Then I will invite a motion.
I move that we rule that Prescott's decision to reject was based on things provided in the law, that they were at capacity for the program that this child needed to attend.
So the motion would be to deny the appeal.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think we have a choice.
Second.
Okay. All right, is there discussion? Okay, then I would like to roll call on this.
Ms. Reith?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
All right, unanimous decision, and we again appreciate so much your commitment to your grandson's education.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, our last school choice case of today is the Childs case. Excuse me, the Marzoni family. I apologize. Yes, the Marzoni family. And so we are now moving to a different school choice law.
So just to round it out today, this appeal, and I've handed you a copy. This is under the 1989 School Choice Act. I brought you a copy this morning that is incorrectly numbered item number 1. It was actually item number 2B. Not sure where I got 1, but you did have a copy of that law that has since been repealed. And then also a few minutes ago, I also handed you a packet of information that the grandparent provided today. So does anybody not get a copy that they need? Okay. So, the 1989 School Choice Act, which, Garland County schools are still under, it does allow for the race of the child to be factored into the consideration for whether or not a transfer can be allowed. This family is appealing the decision of the Fountain Lake School District that denied the granddaughter's request for transfer. And they denied it based on capacity, not the 89 Act, or not so much the racial component of the 89 Act, but they denied it based on capacity. So if you have any questions about that, now I'll be glad to answer them, but if not, we'll go ahead and follow the same procedures and allow the district to, Fountain Lake is here, and the grandparent to go ahead and follow those same procedures, and I can answer any questions as they may come up.
Just one, since we are talking about capacity here, in what ways are the capacity provisions different between the two?
Okay, so the capacity, it just says that they don't have to allow transfers if they've reached capacity, and a district can create procedures on how they determine that. It's not set like it is in the 2015 or subsequent 17 law.
Great, thank you very much. All right, anyone either on the school district side or the parent or guardian side, if you could raise your right hand. All right, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you very much. So we begin with the school districts. Okay. All right. And again, please state your name for the record when you arrive.
I'm Brad Sullivan. I'm Director of Curriculum with the Fountain Lake School District, and I'm representing our district. First, I'd like to say it's good to be before you again and just to report on our conversion charter schools that you approved 3 years ago for our high school and 4 years for our middle school. It's been a huge success. We had interest in our school now of people wanting to come to our school or bring their children to our school. But again, just to thank you for that approval and just to give a report that all is well, and just to give you an update there. But again, we're here, we're not questioning, for the sole purpose we're here is on capacity. And this is a kindergarten student that we had kindergarten registration, and when this student registered, we initially we didn't have the information about where they resided, and come to find out they didn't reside in our district. And so when we determined that, and I've given you a timeline that you can look at, those in your packet, that kind of goes over the timeline of this situation, but I'll be prepared to talk more about that at a later point.
All right, thank you very much, and you will have more time later. Is the other school district here? Would you like to make any comments now? Not at this point. All right, and so we'll now turn it to the parent, Mr. Marzoni, for opening, and you'll have 5 minutes at this point, but you'll have additional time later.
Hello, I'm Mike Marzoni, and as you know, my granddaughter Sophia was denied to go to Fountain Lake School. The reason I tried to get her to go there was because of an endangerment for her to go into Hot Springs or the Mountain Pines School District. Her mother gave testimony on a shooting in Garland County, and by accident, the information that she gave was released by Garland County to the defendants. The defendants know the mother, they also know the granddaughter. They have children and associates who are in the Hot Springs School District and in Mountain Pine. They've had threats against them. I've got letters from her attorney and everything on that. Q. Byram Hurst, it'll be behind my letter. The problem is that if she goes to school there and anybody finds out who her mother is, there's a good chance she could get shot. These people killed people. That's what they went to prison for. And it was her mother's testimony that enabled one of them to go to prison. The one that was released 2 weeks later shot another person, and now he's in prison. But they have gang contacts that are within the school district. I have since spoken to Dr. Murphy here, and I am willing to put her at my expense into St. Luke's kindergarten for 1 year in return that she be granted access into Fountain Lake for her safety, not for any reason of discrimination or bad school, good school, or any other confusing issues, but simply for the fact that if we don't put her out there and she's into one of these other schools where the gangs are still have family members that are in there, she's going to be in danger. And there's no way I can do this. And Dr. Murphy has stated that he will allow her into the first grade next year if there's room in the school of choice. Basically, all I ask, pending your approval, is that she be placed at the front of the list for first grade at Fountain Lake, and I'll pay for her kindergarten until that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis, would you like to speak to that proposal and what the law has to say about it?
Well, the law does not address that. School choice is done year by year. And while if you were, say, if you were to grant the appeal, it would be for granting it for this school year. If you were to deny the appeal based on the agreement between the Fountain Lake School District and the parent, that's not necessarily binding on Fountain Lake, because next year they may have capacity and they have the legal ability to deny that. But then it would come back on the parent to have to appeal again, and then you could use that as your own support. But it is done year by year. So, I mean, I do appreciate their willingness to work together. We can't necessarily guarantee that they would have a spot next year.
Okay, thank you. So we turn it back to the school district for up to 20 minutes.
And I'm not Dr. Murphy, I'm Brad Sullivan, and we did talk about school choice, and the timing of his application was later on. If you looked at that timeline, and it was after we'd already filled our, got to capacity with our kindergarten. What I mentioned to him is that if he would have gotten the application in an earlier date, he would have been approved this year. And I can't speak to that directly, just like Ms. Davis has said, but I anticipate that there'll be room next year. And for kindergartners, you can only take 20 students per teacher. That goes up as you go up through the grade levels. So I anticipate that if he gets his application in early, that won't be a problem. But I can't speak directly to that, and I'd just like to clarify that. But we're more than willing to take him. It is going to be a hardship on us as far as having to hire another teacher or possibly an aide to meet the standards as far as the numbers. So we're open to doing that, and I don't anticipate a problem next year, but it's an unknown still.
All right. So just to clarify for where we are procedurally, Mr. Marzoni, are you withdrawing this appeal for this year? Is that?
No, sir. I'm just saying if she can't get into Fountain Lake this year, I'm willing to pay for her education this year. And all I'm asking for is that some kind of guarantee that she'd be able to go to Fountain Lake next year, or at least be first in line for this first school of choice thing you have for first grade. That's a lot of first in one sentence.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So does the school district have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Okay.
So you've already had your kindergarten roundup?
Yes.
And do you ever have, after school starts, somebody didn't show up that thought they would?
We do at times. We do anticipate, and we look at our data and the numbers that we do in the kindergarten roundup, and then who shows up in August. We're generally, for those students that live in our district, we're trying to give us room for, we anticipate, we sometimes have 5 to 10 students or even more. You just depending on the year, but
Missed the roundup.
that missed the roundup. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're at 95% capacity.
We're at 90%, but we've already denied a couple of school choice, additional school choice applications after we got to capacity.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. I'll just go around. Any questions? Ms. Cochran?
Question, because I'm a school choice parent in our district, and I know that it's critical for us to get our application in at 7:30 a.m. on the day. Do you know this far in advance what the date will be for those applications? So that Mr. Marzoni will know.
We can visit about that. I'll be more than happy to share that information. I don't want to speak off the top of my head, but I can make sure he's aware of that.
Thank you. Ms. Newton? Okay. Mr. Williamson? Mr. Chambers? Mr. Black? Okay. All right. Then I think we are ready for a motion on whether to accept or deny Mr. Marzoni's appeal for this year for kindergarten at Fountain Lake.
That's the only one you can do.
Yes. Ms. Dean?
No, go ahead.
Because the school is at capacity, I will move to deny.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Good luck and wish you the best for the start to kindergarten.
Hope we don't see you guys next year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now moving on to a different set of issues. Ms. Luneau has has 4 items in a row. And so we start on item 3 with the standalone reading test for K-6 elementary education and K-12 special education licensure.
And I'll only claim 3 of the 4, so.
Okay.
The next one will be for Stacy Smith. But I'm Joan Luneau, and I'm the coordinator of educator preparation here at the department. And the 3 assessments that I'm going to talk about today all relate back to Act 416 that was passed this last legislative session. So I'll start with item number 3, which is for the standalone reading test and a multi-subject test for K-6 elementary and K-12 special education licensure. And so you have the memo there that outlines what was required in legislation, the 5 requirements for the test. What we did is we brought a group of stakeholders together, and we met twice with them, once on April 10th and then again on April 27th. And we had the testing companies come, they got to see the test, we went through them, and then based on feedback from that group, that's what led to the recommendation of this test that you see in item B3.
All right. Are there any questions about this recommendation?
Yes.
Ms. Hook?
First of all, I compliment you on the fact that you're looking both at word attack as well as comprehension. That's great. Can you tell me what 229, what % mastery that represents?
Yes, I can. If you give me just a second, I want to talk off the top of my head. With the test we chose, the Pearson test, that is a combination of the multiple choice and that open response. So they had to do kind of a correlation so that it came out. And for a 229, that's -1 standard error of measurement below the national benchmark, and that equates to a 74% correct rate for the test. And that, enables it to meet that requirement for 70% or better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I would invite a motion on this item.
I move that we accept this test for the use of the purposes stated in Act 416.
And also the cut score is
Yes.
also part of that recommendation, okay?
Although I think it's low, but I'm not going to argue it here.
Okay. Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Reith. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign? All right, great.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now we do move away from you for just a second. I apologize. And we move to Ms. Smith to talk about embedded courses for the coming year.
Stacy Smith. Embedded courses, this is something we bring to you every year at this time, but we have submitted to you a list of embedded courses that the Learning Services Unit has reviewed and approved, and we're asking for your approval for these courses for next year for these school districts.
Does anyone have any questions about any of these embedded courses?
Do we look specifically at how the students that are in these classes do on the test, the 9th and 10th grade test, particularly in the writing area?
We have not looked at that before, but that's something we most definitely can look into.
Yeah, if it's not like a huge amount of time, it would be interested to see if there's a significant difference or any difference at
Okay.
all between the students who have it separated and those embedded.
Okay, we can absolutely do that. The most common course that you see embedded is, of course, the oral communications and English.
Right, thank you.
I do have a quick question on we may have seen it before, and I may have asked this question. These are starting to run together after a few years. But on the social studies with career orientation proposal, the Gurdon proposal in grade 8.
Right, so that is a non-credit bearing course,
Okay.
but they did work with Arkansas Career Education, and our unit worked together to review how the district was planning on combining those two together, and felt that it was satisfactory, and both agencies agreed.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay.
One thing I'd like to see is some district do a pilot project, which we did years ago, and it was very successful, where you, at like maybe 7th grade, teach one semester of study skills and one semester of critical thinking. It made a huge difference in the scores and the success of the students in later grades. Because so often as parents, we say, go to your room and study, and the kid goes, okay.
Right.
You know, they don't know, does that mean read it 3 times, or, you know, what does that mean? So just a thought out there for if there are any districts listening, I would encourage
them to
that
do that.
pilot project.
I do want to note to you that on Stuttgart, they were a School of Innovation approval for these courses, but they went and followed the process anyway for approval and working with our specialists to make sure that they were aligned appropriately.
Thank you very much. I'll invite a motion on the entirety of this list.
I move to approve the proposed embedded courses as presented by the Department of Education.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Wright, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Great, thank you very much. And now we're back to Ms.
Now I'm back.
Leno.
All right, Joan Luno, Coordinator of Educator Preparation here at the department. The second test that you have on the agenda is also part of that act that we mentioned before. It's a little bit different because we've already approved this assessment for another reason last year. You might remember in summer of 2016, we brought this to the board, this fundamental subjects test, as a way for special education teachers and ALE teachers to show AQT in the core content areas. And so because of the requirement in that act, in Act 416, it requires special ed to have a multi-subject assessment. And so we would like the Praxis Fundamental Subjects Content Knowledge, we recommend a cut score of 148 to be the test to meet that requirement. And 148 was the cut score that was approved last year for that purpose. It's just adding to it.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
Can you remind me what percent that is?
We don't have a percent on that one, but I can tell you that since September, we've had 58 in the state take it, and they have a 98% pass rate. So it doesn't equate to doing a percent correct like we had to do with the reading test. I don't know if that helps or not. I'm sorry. These types of tests don't quite work with that on the percent.
Yeah.
Right. I'll invite a motion on approval of this.
I move to approve the Praxis fundamental subjects with a cut score of 148.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by
Second.
Ms. Wright. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? All right, thank you. And then finally, final replacement examination.
Okay. This one's a little different. It was a requirement of that act to have a PLT, or a Principles of Learning and Teaching. We already had that in place for first-time licensures, but by adding the multi-subjects and the reading test, that was starting to add up on number of tests, especially our first-time special ed teachers had to take. And so what we were looking at is using the core knowledge and application special ed test, the 5354, as both a PLT and the SPED requirement. And so replacing a separate PLT and using that. Other states have done that, and so we're doing something that's already being done. Again, we are already using the 5354. We already have the cut score. And so it would just be the same.
Great. Any questions on this item? I'll invite a motion.
I move to approve the replacement of the Principles of Learning and Teaching.
All right.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Wright. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? All right. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
thank you.
for that flurry of test changes. All right. Next item, Dr. Pfeffer. We have another member of the PLSB board to add. And we did several of these last month, I believe.
Yes, we did. Dr. Suzanne Bailey had a job change, and therefore she had to resign her position on the PLSB. She had been on the board for a few years, and she represented the Arkansas Association of Educational Administrators as a district level administrator. So the association has recommended Dr. Andrea Martin to replace Dr. Bailey on the board.
All right. Any questions? If not, I would invite a motion.
Move to approve Dr. Martin for the PLSB board.
All right. Motion by Ms. Wright, second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you. And then the final action item is the board meeting calendar for 2018. And I know we've had some legislation that allows us to do something a little different than we have done in the past.
That's correct. Deborah Kaufman, Assistant Commissioner. In the past, we had to wait till the end of the year to set the calendar for the following calendar year. And with that change in legislation, it allows us to set it much earlier, which you were always gracious enough to temporarily set it earlier. So for planning purposes, that could be shared with others. This calendar is very important not only to you, but it's very important as we are communicating with so many of our stakeholders, and as they're preparing to present reports or come before the board to know when comments are due, when reports and presentations are due to the board. And so as you look at this, you see 4 columns there that give you the actual dates of the board on the right-hand side, and then back up to when is the agenda posted for the public, which Cynthia is interested in, and then backing up when documents should be loaded internally, and also important to the public to know when they have to have things into the department so that they can be loaded appropriately into the agenda. So at this time, I request that you approve the calendar for 2018.
May I ask a question? I noticed in October, typically one of those is a holiday for state employees. because of Columbus Day. So I know, it seems like I remember.
That's
It's Veterans Day in November?
Veterans Day
Okay,
is
okay.
in November. It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Yeah,
We've
it
already
doesn't
double
apply
checked
on
that
those
one.
days. Okay, all right.
But we're interested in Columbus Day.
If I could handle that? Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you. I move that we accept the calendar as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Good to
Although if
see
I could
you.
offer, if we are looking at those October dates, oh no, it's 2018, sorry, it's not 2017. Just like wondering why it wasn't lining up with the calendar. Thanks.
Great.
You know, I like to plan ahead.
All right. We have received one request for public comment on an item not on the agenda. This is from Mr. Jack Foster, and it regards school district boundaries in Jefferson County. And Mr. Foster is still here. He's been here all day. And so I would invite a motion to hear for 3 minutes, as is our practice, that public comment.
Move to hear public comments.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Rye, second by Ms. Zook. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Mr. Foster, the floor is yours.
Before I get started, I got a handout here.
All right. Great. Super. And when you do get to the microphone, if you'll state your name for the record, and then we will start the clock.
My name is Jack Foster. I'll give you a little background as to the reason that I'm here. I was recently appointed by the city of Pine Bluff to serve on a committee to look into the escape of possibly revenues leaving the city of Pine Bluff going to Whitehall. We were basically looking at taxes, but we decided to do the whole smear, and we decided to look at what was happening in the school district also. To my amazement, when the research was done, we come to find that the Whitehall School District comes into Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff has 3 school districts, and Whitehall is getting approximately $600,000 annually out of the city of Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff's Industrial Park is a part of the Whitehall School District. Now, back in 16, I believe it was, this board put the Dollaway School District in physical distress. And one of the things you said at that time was that they were placed there because they had a declining fund balance. When I got this information, I called Commissioner Key and related to him the fact that what I came up on, and could that go a long way in alleviating the problem that Dollaway had with being on physical distress. He said, it's a good possibility it could, but nothing ever materialized on that, and we're talking months now. So I'm here today to try and see what can be done about changing those boundary lines. The Dollaway School District also includes Alltime and Wabaseke. It goes across the river. It's a very large school district. They need monies down there right now. And just to show you that there's no malice in my heart, I'm a school choice parent. My son goes to Whitehall. So it's not about that. It's about doing the right thing. And at this juncture, the right thing would be to allow this board, or this board approve the fact to change those boundary lines so those funds could go into the Dollaway School District. You know, I heard a lot of talk today about non-white, black, et cetera, but what you got to understand is Dollaway is 94% black. Dollaway is 72% white. Go figure. Why should we continue to unjustly enrich the Whitehall School District while Dollaway go down the tubes? That is wrong. That is wrong. And if this board feels like that those lines are okay, and it's okay for Whitehall to continue to operate that they are off of money out of the city of Pine Bluff, leave the boundary lines alone. But if in your heart of hearts you feel like there's an injustice going on here, I'm asking this board to take some kind of action. If I have to, I can return. The next time maybe we'll come and we'll bring some Dollaway patrons with us. You got 1,200 people in that district don't have a voice right now because they're under state control. They have no voice. And I'm not a member of that district. but I'm here because I feel that an injustice is happening and it needs to be corrected. I'll entertain any questions if anybody have any.
Thank you very much for your very concise statement. We appreciate it very much. Any questions?
Well, I just wonder, is Dollar Way is part of their district a part of the city of Pine Bluff currently?
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not you, it's me. Is the Dollar Way attendance zone, does it come into part of the city of Pine Bluff?
It is in the city of Pine Bluff.
Okay, but they're not getting any of the tax base?
They're getting some of the tax base.
Okay.
The problem is Whitehall is receiving funds out of the city of Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff has 3 school districts. That would be like North Little Rock getting monies out of Little Rock.
So
Little Rock has its own school district. Pine Bluff has 3.
Right, it's not done proportionate to how much of the city you encompass?
No.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
I guess I do have a question. Just maybe getting some historical reference, and I don't know if the commissioner can assist with this or somebody else from the department. Was there any reason for, I guess, drawing the boundaries and tax distributions in this specific way, or is this indeed something that can be corrected?
I asked legal to research this, and I don't know if Ms. Davis is still.
She stepped out.
Okay. So we went back and looked at the history, and what you have is various things that happened at different times. So we don't know the original, why the boundaries were set the way they are and the timing of when the industrial park and all those things happened. And you also go back even to time where you have, the Dollar Way District in previous court cases, you've got some lines that were impacted under, and I'm trying to remember what community it is. Anyway, you've had various petitions through the years. And so Mr. Foster is not wrong. I mean, if you look at the map, it does come in, but at this point, it hasn't been anything that I is working with Mrs. Warren. We've got a lot of things we're working on. So, and the first thing the law says, you try to come to an agreement with the Whitehall School District. Well, we've not broached that with them, but we legally have ascertained what the steps are if that was something that were to be pursued. It's just Mr. Foster is right to bring that, and his research is not wrong.
Is it based on the businesses that are in the Whitehall district? Is that where the tax base is coming from?
Yes. Pine Bluff's Industrial Park is a part of the Whitehall School District.
Yeah, and you use North Little Rock, so I'll use it too. The hump yards are a part of the North Little Rock, the city boundaries, but the money from the hump yards goes to Pulaski County. So there are examples of questioning all over the place about, you're in the city, but the other one gets the funds because of the way the district boundaries are done. So I don't think they picked on Pine Bluff in particular, but I think that historically they make rules, but they don't always give us the rationale for the rules.
Ms. Davis is here now. Ms. Wright, if you want to hear from her on what she's found.
Most definitely. And then I would just add to where you ended off, Commissioner, just what is that process to get it started? So,
and she can address that too.
Do you want to repeat your question? I was watching part of it upstairs, and then in transition to come back down, I want to make sure I didn't miss exactly what it is that you're asking.
No, I had wanted some of the historical reference, if we knew why, tax was being allocated in this specific way across these districts. And then secondly, to respond to Mr. Foster's proposal, what would be the steps? And so the commissioner was giving a little bit of the history. If there's anything else that you would like to add, would welcome that. And then more, what would be the steps to start this conversation if this is correct?
I can't address why the school district boundaries for these districts versus any district in the state is drawn in the way that they are. That I can't address, or how that tax base is allocated.
Those are local control issues, correct?
Right, how those
Yeah.
are. So to do a boundary change, the law says that, the school district, one or both more than one school district can submit a petition. I know I had just taken my law book upstairs, but the petition also requires that, there's notification in the newspaper and, some other steps that has to be done to come. And if an agreement cannot be made between the school districts, then it becomes a decision for you guys to make to determine whether or not you want to redistrict the schools. I did talk to the Whitehall School District, and at this time, they were not interested in entertaining an agreement. So it would be any action on Dollar Waste part would be an adversarial type issue to come before you. So.
Ms. Davis, obviously with one of the districts that is in distress, and the enhanced power of the board related to district lines in those scenarios, does that change this dynamic at all?
Not necessarily, and honestly, just from reading the district boundary statute, which again, like I say, I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me. I was trying to run down here, and I did not wear the right shoes. And nor do I look as good as the lady that was up here earlier. So, so when I'm looking at that statute, it really doesn't have to, districts can petition a change in boundary regardless of any kind of fiscal distress. I would, somewhat caution that, if the commissioner acting with the authority, thank you. The commissioner acting with the authority, in a district that, is in state takeover, that's a whole lot of, authority to just start saying, oh, well, you've got some issues, so we're going to take some from you, and we're going to take some from you, or you built your plant in the wrong place, so we're just going to go ahead and assume that, rather than it being those districts that want to either, have an agreement. I just think that was, I would caution that just on my own preference from reading the law. But otherwise, it would be left up to you for that boundary change. And if you want to start redoing all the boundaries for, districts to take, I know that there's a lot of places in the state that the neighboring district has, a factory or a plant or farms or something that, generates a lot more tax, and it's going to end up getting into an issue for you guys.
I think Ms. Zook and I spent 5 months on boundaries in a different county, and it is very complex.
Well, then you guys are the experts.
Yeah. Well, I think, Mr. Foster, you mission accomplished in terms of starting the conversation, and that's the purpose of public comment. And so I very much appreciate your dedication to the issue, and you're staying around, and we will see if the conversation continues. But you've achieved your goal today. So thank you very much.
If I may.
Very quickly.
I don't know whether I used my 3 minutes or not, but here's one thing I want to say. A long time ago, people thought Lakeview was a joke. And we all know what happened with that. Don't let Dollarway become the next Lakeview. I think that there's a prima facie case here that some people haven't really looked at from the right aspect. There are some problems here, because I heard they had a similar problem over in the Marion area about some boundary lines, where another district was being unjustly enriched. So what I'm saying is that this is nothing new. But what has happened is we've allowed it to continue to happen unjustly. And some districts are being unjustly enriched while others falter. And that is wrong. That's wrong. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That is our last of our business meeting today. And so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Mr. Black. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. And then we are going to need to let Ms. Hill capture her listening devices. And so let's just take a 2-minute break, and then we're going to come back and hear the report from Hope Allen, and then we will move into the work session with Ms. Freno.
I knew there was something else. It was hope.
Not the specific one. It's for, and that's what they were talking about, the south of the river, like how to think about that. This is, though, I think the first time, because that was prior to us taking, after we took over Little Rock. It was after we took over Little Rock, just right after. So the Venus has that unique thing of, you know, Dollarway doesn't have a school board. So I think part of this training is sort of going to be looking in the next couple months about the timelines for Dollarway and for Little Rock. Because there is, I think, an opportunity there for
Delivery, not the point of
a locally controlled school board that says, yes, we're going to, especially if it's going to be
wait. I went all the way to mine.
Let's try this again. Is that better?
Perfect.
So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the Aspire and the Iowa scores today. I do intend to bring before you next month a more comprehensive report of the entire assessment program, including our ACT scores, our alternate scores, and where we are there. You have PowerPoint instead? Okay. So you did not receive the scores ahead of time. They did not get uploaded to the agenda, so we'll make sure that you get a copy of this PowerPoint and of the data that has been released to the state. We were waiting for the full state release, which happened on Monday, before uploading that. So we'll make sure that you get a copy of what you're seeing here. So what we saw overall across the past years, we did see statistically significant increases in most of our areas across the state. So what you're seeing on the screen now are actually our ACT Aspire percentages across the state last year. We again scored very high in English, which was very similar to the first administration of Aspire. Our reading scores did not change significant, or there were statistically significant changes, but they weren't very large changes, and you'll see the data in just a minute. I just provided you with this chart. This is the chart that ACT provides us. You can see where there are light orange and dark orange bars. That is a comparison to the national average, which is just above it in green. I know it's very difficult to see in the screen. But what we do see several places across the state where Arkansas did score at or above the national average. And when you're talking about the national average, ACT took a sample of the students who took the assessment last year. There were over 2 million assessments given for ACT last year across about 48 states. The national average is a sampling from all of those states. Now, Arkansas, Alabama, and South Carolina were very heavily represented in that average in grades 3 through 8. And then Wyoming was also heavily represented in grades 9 and 10. So we are looking at that national average. It is representative of students from across the nation, however, very heavily concentrated in those 3 states. And that's because those are the 3 and 4 states that have a national, that have a state contract with ACT to give the Aspire assessments. So when we look at English, the blue bars that you see there are our 2017 scores, and the red are our 2016 scores. You can see that they are slightly above from last year when we did a 95% confidence interval. They were statistically significant changes from last year. However, our English scores were already pretty high in the first year of administration, so you don't see large jumps there. And you wouldn't expect to see large jumps from year to year. Our reading scores, we do see the majority of those did increase. There was one area where we saw a decrease in reading scores, and I believe that is, if I'm looking correctly, I can't tell just by looking. Off my head. Nope, sorry, not reading. So we did see increases across the state in reading. Again, our reading scores tend to be a little bit lower than what we would like to see them. They're around 40 to 50% proficient. With the focus on the RISE initiative, we do hope to see the reading scores start to increase across the state as we do a focus on reading for our students and training our teachers to help better teach our students how to read past 3rd grade. So the place where we saw the most significant changes were in writing, and you can see that specifically at 6th grade and 5th grade, we see very large increases in writing. There could be several reasons for the changes in writing, maybe a focus on writing. We did have several writing workshops go on across the state last year where districts really focused on writing and good writing skills in the classroom. One of the things that the department worked with several co-ops to do is we did, there was called Writers Workshop, I think Stacy. Empowering Writers, thank you. We were able to negotiate a state contract or a state price for Empowering Writers, which is really a solid, sound writing workshop. It's not specific to ACT Aspire, but what we did find is that it provided really good writing PD for our teachers and for our students. And we found where teachers had participated in that workshop the year prior, their writing scores on Aspire did happen to be higher. So we felt like it was a very good program that we could help offer across the state. So we were able to do that, and many of our co-ops offered that program across the state last year, which could be one of the reasons we see such an increase in writing scores. Familiarity with the test is also another reason you'll see increases in the first 2 years of any assessment program. So for ELA, remember we use the ELA score, and that's the combination of English, reading, and writing. We use that as the score that we use when we make determinations about putting schools on school improvement, and when we do the report card, we use the ELA score. So we did see increases in our ELA scores across the board. Much of that's going to be that writing factoring in is going to help raise that score across the state. When we look at math, we don't have massive increases in math. However, we do have statistically significant increases in all of our math programs. Again, we're somewhere around 60 to 70%, which we would hope to see that change over the years. The math team has been looking at, the content team for math here plans to look into the reporting categories further and determine what are the areas where we're really weak right now and where are the areas that we can provide professional development to help see those scores go up. So we intend to use the data at the state level to look globally at where are the areas that we see in our state that we're weak and what professional development do we need to start offering teachers across the state to help see some increases in scores from a good content perspective, not from just a test perspective. Science is one of the places where we did see a decrease at grade 6. However, you see there are increases across the board otherwise in science. The science assessment, with us changing to the new science standards, there's a lot of change in science right now. And so one of the things that we're trying to promote in science is the reading of scientific passages, the pulling out of data. And again, that ties into ELA and math. So we hope with that continued effort on both of those regards, we'll continue to see increases in the science scores as well. The STEM score we don't use at the state level for any reason, but you will see it in the data set, in the full data set, and it's an average of the of the science and math score, and so that's all that represents, but we don't use it in any way at the state level currently. So I went through that. Places where the state was above the national average, you can see in the chart there. Several places in science, in math, and then in writing across the board, 3 through 10, we were above the national average. Again, there's still work to be done in writing. Writing is an area where we want our students to be able to write, and we want to continue to see that to increase. For Iowa, we didn't see much change in our Iowa scores, and as you know, we are moving to a different assessment system for K2. We're moving to an interim assessment system next year, and so the Iowa assessment was in its last year. And you can see the data from the past 3 years. There are some slight what appear to be drops. However, when you look at the data, the average is still significantly above the proficiency mark. So our Arkansas students are still scoring above the proficiency mark, although you may see a slight drop in score. When we did a 95% confidence interval around these scores, they were not statistically significant drops. So you would expect to see some variation in scores from year to year. And especially at the point where we are with the Iowa assessment, it's not concerning to see slight drops in the scores like we did this year. So that's for reading, the first graph there, and then these are our math scores for the Iowa assessment. Same thing there. We saw slight drops, again, not statistically significant, and within the range of what would be expected for students. So that's the data that I have for you. I will entertain any questions that you have at this point. Again, I will bring a full report to you next month, and I will make sure that you get the data that was represented here in your hands.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Allen. I will see if questions we have. Okay. Ms. Newton, anything? Ms. Chambers?
Just a quick question. When you look at the improvements we're seeing in math and science in the lower grades, is there some predictive algorithm that says if you're doing this much better in the 6th grade, it can predict a much higher score for the later years of high school, which right now look to be, even though an improvement, still very low. Is there anything that we're anticipating or expecting and then judging how we do relative? So we're not just looking at incremental improvement year over year. We've projected a different line of growth in what we expect by the time they're through high school.
Yeah, I don't have any data to that effect. However, the Aspire system is designed to be a progression from grade 3 all the way through the ACT. So I don't have data of that effect at the moment, but we could look at if ACT has anything to that effect that we could share.
Just so we're holding ourselves to that expectation, I think that would be good to know where we are relative to that.
Yeah, certainly.
It was a curiosity. Let me do this and I'll read out in a minute, okay? All right, better, maybe. Why is it not school children? What am I trying to say? the
Can you write it?
Is there a chart or a slide that we could put back up, Mr. Black, that might?
basically what I'm asking is, why do we have low-income readers in math supports? I can recall an ASU trying to do some work like this, and it was obvious that the students could function well, but they could not function well when it was even and education was taking a back seat. Now, I think I've done that wrong, but are you all kind of understanding what I'm trying to say?
So were you talking about the disconnect between math scores and English language arts scores? Was
Close.
that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You may.
No, go ahead. We got time.
Are you saying they may be able to do better than their testing?
They do well until about the 6th grade. And then, yes, now it's come back. Then they function poorly. And we need to do something about that.
So, Mr. Black, we've had a lot of conversations recently about that, and what do we do in the middle school and early high school to address that with districts. So, and just so you know, that's not an Arkansas problem. I mean, I just left, Dr. Pfeffer and I were at a state school officers conference, and that is a nationwide problem. And so I know Ms. Smith and her team have been looking at that and looking to see what can happen at the beginning secondary level, starting with middle school, because we recognize that there is some drop-off. Yes, sir.
And I think, you know, when the Lakeview decision was handed in the first few years after that, you know, we saw a pretty significant increase in what was going on at the elementary level, and I think everybody hoped that once the investments of Lakeview kind of began to bake in, that would really pick up down the line, and we just have not. It stayed flatter in the junior high and secondary level than I think that many of us hoped for a decade or so ago.
I think, too, what you see is a function of, at the elementary grades, our RTI is more effective, it's utilized more effectively. At middle school, schools, teachers, they've just struggled with the RTI at that grade, and we're trying to get them resources. And I saw Stacy jump up there, so she could probably help explain this better than I'm explaining it.
Well, I don't know if I can explain it any better, but I will tell you, there's lots of factors that I think that we need to consider as a state. You know, as students move from elementary to middle school, we seem to compartmentalize ourselves into these things called periods. And we seem to put ourselves into schedules of 45 minutes or 50 minutes, and you have your math and your reading and your science and your social studies, and we've compartmentalized ourselves, and we do that all the way through high school. So I think as we're pushing the envelope on what's innovative in the state, what are things that we need to look at in our state as far as, you know, the embedded courses that we brought to you a minute ago. We don't have to learn everything in isolation. We have to get to the point where we have deeper learning. Okay, earlier I heard one of the superintendents say that Marzano's research talked about instruction is the biggest thing, having good instruction in our classroom. So as we are looking at our test scores as a state, as we are evaluating the professional development that we are providing throughout the state, we're looking at what is our instruction and what is our end result. And I know I was saying this earlier, you know, we've been in a mindset in our state where we have tested standard by standard by standard. And we've had lots of pushback about, you know, does this new assessment align to our standards? It does, okay? But we're not testing every individual standard in isolation. We are looking at a comprehensive piece of writing. We're looking at a comprehensive piece of reading. And can our students read and can they answer questions? And not just individually pulling out individual standards to say, yes, they got it, no, they didn't. I think we're moving in the right direction in our state, and I do think that we should be asking those questions, Mr. Black. Why are our middle school and high school students continuing? And it's not okay. And so we hear you. It's a good question, and it's something that we need to continue to talk to our schools about, continue to look at innovative practices going on and where we're being successful in our middle schools, especially looking at those transitions from elementary to middle, from middle school to we have several transitional courses going on that's about deep learning and application. So those are the things that we're trying to hit upon.
I just wanted to not be remiss as we have more data and we have an opportunity to really look at how do we continue to lift our game, not miss the improvement with us in those scores. I don't know who all to thank, the teachers, the Department of Education folks that have been working on this, but that's across the board there was consistent improvement, which is great. It's just to what Mr. Black said and what you were just speaking to, how can we go faster with the things that are working well to accelerate so that those kids are not continuing to graduate with anything other than an excellent set of scores in an education.
I'm glad you said that, because I'll tell you what, every time we do professional development and we have a room full of teachers, there's not a single teacher in there who doesn't want her kids to do the best. And they're working hard every single day, and we have principals who are working hard every single day. And so we should be applauding our school districts for the work that's going on, okay? But at the same time, I want every student in the state of Arkansas to be number one. So thank you.
Great. Good. Just a couple, anything else, Mr. Black? Just a couple of questions as we go around. And obviously, there was the big change on the, or significant change on the writing side of the exam that in certain grades. What else really changed in the assessment from the year before?
Yep,
any other changes?
No, great question. As far as in the scores, we didn't see. We did
in the test itself.
In the
yeah.
test itself, the only place we saw a change was in the writing. They did increase the time in writing, which could be a factor in students being able to score better. But as far as the design, the scoring, all of that was exactly the same from the first year, which is very important to note. When you're looking at the scoring, that none of that changed, the rubrics didn't change, the design of the test didn't change, all of that was exactly the same. And our schools, as far as being online, we are 100% online state other than accommodation. So that was the same in the first year as this year.
So our days of concordance are, we hope, behind us.
Hopefully behind us.
All right, great, thank you. My other question is about the national comparison, and how do you know what percentage of those cases are from those 3 states? Is it pretty much?
Yep, I actually pulled that up because I figured I would get asked that. So when I look at Arkansas, Alabama, and South Carolina, between the 3 of us, we each represent approximately 30% of that overall national population. So each state is representing, and then Wyoming represents approximately 30% at the school, at the 9 and 10.
And I do think, I think we've got to be very conscious of that in a couple of ways. I mean, I think that when the shift was made, I think many of us had concerns about the absence of true comparability, national comparability, and I think there was a grand hope that would grow. We haven't really seen that take off, and my question is, what do we know about the status of the Alabama testing decision? You may know more. I've read a little bit about it, but I think that we obviously that is a little bit of a red flag if there's change there.
Yeah, so Alabama has decided to discontinue the use of ACT Aspire starting in the 17-18 school year. There are several states that I have spoken with that have mentioned that they are looking at the Aspire assessment potentially coming on. I know that Aspire does respond to multiple RFQ. Anytime there's an RFP out, they do respond to those when they feel like their product could be a fit. So I think I've been assured by ACT that they are 100% committed to the Aspire assessment, and they are trying to expand into new states. I do know of a few states that have mentioned interest, and so I think that over the years I hope to see more states come on in different capacities and use the assessment, which would allow us better comparability across the nation.
Thanks. Commissioner, do you have anything? No.
So Ms. Zook brought up something that kind of piqued my curiosity and wondered how easy it would be for us to do that. Given now we have some history of districts with waivers, especially in high school, flex scheduling, and maybe in some other grades with various waivers, charter proposal or concepts. Do we have enough data now to start looking to see if there is significant difference between the performance of those students that are in those settings versus students that are not?
I think with 2 years of data, we could certainly start to look at that. I think 3 years is always better. So, but I think it would be very interesting data to look at, and I think it would help us to kind of see if waivers are working, or one measure of if waivers are working. So I think we do have the data that we could start to look at that certainly.
Yeah, even if you look in like a district like Springdale that has so many different, you have their traditional delivery, but then you have a number of students in their maybe the best test case, they may already be doing those kinds of analyses. I'm not sure. I would just be curious if we could kind of check around to see who is digging that deep, because I think eventually, at some point, the governor's office, the General Assembly, they're going to start asking those questions, and we really would need to know, and this board would be curious too, because y'all want to know if you're granting all these waivers, is it having any positive impact? So maybe we could start looking at that, and thanks for the idea.
I'll throw the pebble if you'll. I think in response, Mr. Black, said, my niece, who's been teaching in secondary schools for 28 years, and other teachers I talked to, there is a different level at the junior high and senior high of how much importance the student places on that test they're taking. Some of them just going to fail, so they just blow it off. Maybe they don't think it's important. Maybe, for any number of reasons. So they may be more capable than their testing. And traditionally, our higher ed teaches the teachers at that level to teach subjects. Sometimes, to the commissioner's point with RTI, the student gets lost in, no offense, Dr. Bart, the student gets lost in because they're teaching Algebra 1, they're not teaching students how to use Algebra 1. So, if you take a child who's reading on, and he's in 9th grade, and you're pouring Algebra 1 into him, he may not do as well, and therefore get frustrated, and then they test him and he already has failed. So I think that a lot of those kinds of factors come to play as well. Not to be critical of our secondary teachers, because we have two right here, but it is a different emphasis in secondary level than it is at elementary level about, working with the individual child. But they also have 150 kids a day, and, elementary does not. There's all sorts of factors that tests can give you information about. I love the fact that Dr. Hill lit a light bulb in my head when he was saying, could it be something as simple on the ACT as that the less fortunate children economically are not getting to take a practice test or how to prepare course and not getting to take the ACT but once, and maybe his peers are getting to take it at 8th grade and then maybe again at the first of 10th grade. So we know when students do that, their scores increase. So, fortunately, we have Miss Allen and Miss Smith who look into all of those kind of things, and I don't think there is an answer, and I think they would agree with that.
Yeah. And I would agree that I think it's important to always remember that the Aspire scores are one measure of student success, particularly in writing. One prompt that the student is scored on. And so in order to get a more well-rounded picture of the student, it's important to look at multiple different either assessments or different tasks that the students are doing in class. So I think it's always important to keep that in mind, that although our test scores are very important, they are just that one picture. And I think as we move along with ESSA, as we get into student test plans, the hope is that schools are going to start looking at multiple sources of data in a more structured manner and trying to look at that more well-rounded picture of a kid.
Ms. Chambers had a question on this topic.
I did, just kind of back to what Ms. Zook was saying and the commissioner. Even with the waivers, there's a lot of analysis, as you know better than we do, because even though we're approving all these waivers, these schools interpret the waivers differently, and what the waiver will accomplish will vary from district to district. So one of the things that will be interesting is as you think about what you're going to track, it would be really interesting and I think important to track individuals, students, through the pipeline. So in addition to this great data that we're getting that's by function or by our method, knowing even more about who's doing well and who's not doing well and why as you track them through over the next few years, and maybe starting to identify kids that are representative of different things that we're trying to validate or verify that we could follow would be really helpful. I know that's a lot of work, but I hope as we start to gather data on this, we think about it that way too.
Certainly.
Christine, anything?
And actually, my question piggybacks, I think, where Ms. Chambers is kind of left off and several of you all have touched on, as we collect more data, acknowledging, or even as we analyze this data, I hope as well that we can dig into a little bit more the achievement gaps that we know have been kind of persistent and existed there. I know this is kind of like the first level analysis with grades and things like this, but we know groups that we've been particularly challenged with as a state, right? And so looking, and I think where Ms. Chambers is saying as well, understanding school districts that are serving those communities well, what those look like, the extent to which we can lift up some of these best practices, I think will be important. And I'm assuming that's going to be the next level with the analysis, and just to say, look forward to seeing some of that and hoping we can help identify, because that may also help inform some of these waiver conversations, right? And hopefully grounding some of these opportunities that districts are looking for based in the best practices, right? And what we know is working. And then I would just echo Dr. Barr's concern, and I share as well. We talk about national average, and yet it's 4 states, right? And so I hope, I'm definitely not one that's, saying let's revisit this assessment issue. I think we've gone through so many changes thus far, and I think we definitely need some continuity. And I know that, that's what we're all excited about, no more concordance and being able to get some continuity. But I do share Dr. Barr's concern about, can we really say that this is a national picture, right, with just 3 states involved? And are there other ways where we can get some glimpse? And I know there's other tests and exams, but I guess I'm going to want some other data points, I guess, beyond just ACT Aspire, to understand how our Arkansas students are compared to the nation, especially if so few folks are using this test.
Well, and I think one of our best places to look at comparison is at our 11th grade scores, and now that we have 2 years of an 11th grade, that is a more national representation. Much more of the nation takes the ACT. In the national comparison, there are other states. There are 48 states and territories represented in that national sample. It's just that Arkansas, Alabama, and South Carolina are the bulk of that sampling population. So,
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Ms. Allen. As always, a great presentation. All right. So we now move to a work session that will not be super long. I think we're talking 15, 20 minutes, so just to get everybody's expectations set. But it is important for us to get our heads around the rulemaking process, because we, as we saw this morning, are moving into rulemaking season. Okay. So 5-minute pause? Okay, so we are taking a pause.
And this will end the live stream.
Okay, so live stream will be over, and then we will turn.